In the realm of psychology, Carl Jung's concept of the shadow is a powerful and transformative idea that delves into the depths of the human psyche. Shadow work is a process of self-exploration and introspection aimed at understanding and integrating the hidden aspects of our personality. In this video, we will embark on a journey through the intricacies of shadow work according to Carl Jung, exploring the various stages and techniques involved in mastering this profound and transformative practice. Understanding the shadow. To embark on the transformative journey of shadow work, let's first delve into the foundational concept of the shadow as elucidated by Carl Jung. The shadow, in Jungian psychology, is the repository of unconscious and repressed aspects of the individual's personality. It encompasses thoughts, emotions, desires, and traits that have been relegated to the depths of the psyche due to societal conditioning, moral judgments, or personal disapproval. The shadow is not inherently negative. Rather, it represents the untapped potential and unexpressed facets of the self. By acknowledging the existence of the shadow, individuals can initiate a process of self-discovery and personal growth. However, this recognition requires a departure from conventional notions of good and evil, as the shadow is neither inherently virtuous nor malevolent. Instead, it embodies the complexity and multifaceted nature of human consciousness. One key aspect of understanding the shadow is recognizing its roots in the unconscious mind. Jung argued that the unconscious influences our thoughts, emotions, and behaviors in ways that are not immediately apparent. The shadow, being a product of the unconscious, exerts a profound impact on our lives, shaping our reactions, relationships, and life choices. By bringing the shadow into conscious awareness, individuals gain the ability to explore and navigate the hidden recesses of their psyches. The shadow often manifests in projections, where individuals unconsciously attribute their own disowned qualities to others. For example, a person who suppresses feelings of anger may project this emotion onto someone else, perceiving them as overly aggressive. Understanding the shadow involves recognizing these projections as mirrors that reflect aspects of the self that require exploration and integration. By turning inward and examining these projections, individuals can unravel the layers of the shadow and unearth valuable insight into their own psyche. Moreover, the shadow is not a stagnant entity but a dynamic and evolving aspect of the self. As individuals grow and undergo various life experiences, new elements may be added to the shadow. These can include unacknowledged talents, unexpressed passions, or aspects of the self that were suppressed due to societal expectations. In the process of understanding the shadow, individuals often confront uncomfortable truths about themselves. This can be a challenging but essential aspect of the journey. Jung emphasized the importance of embracing the shadow with compassion rather than judgment. Self-compassion allows individuals to navigate the depths of their psyche without succumbing to shame or guilt. The understanding that the shadow is not a repository of flaws but a reservoir of potential fosters a more constructive and empowering approach to the process of self-discovery. Types of karma in shadow work. In the context of shadow work, Carl Jung's exploration of karma takes on a psychological dimension rather than adhering to the traditional Eastern philosophical concept of cosmic cause and effect. Jung's understanding of karma in the context of the psyche refers to the consequences of unconscious actions and repressed emotions that influence an individual's life experiences. By delving into the various types of karma involved in shadow work, individuals can gain insights into recurring patterns, break free from destructive cycles, and facilitate profound personal growth. Personal karma encompasses the individual's own actions, choices, and behaviors that have consequences on their psychological well-being. In the realm of shadow work, personal karma involves examining one's past actions and their impact on the present. This includes exploring instances of self-sabotage, destructive habits, or harmful patterns of behavior that may be rooted in unconscious elements of the shadow. By recognizing and addressing personal karma, individuals can take conscious steps towards breaking free from self-imposed limitations and fostering positive change. Interpersonal karma extends the concept of personal karma to relationships and social interactions. It involves examining the patterns that emerge in relationships, whether they be romantic, familial, or platonic. Unresolved aspects of the shadow can manifest in repeated conflicts, challenges, or difficulties in forming healthy connections with others. Shadow work encourages individuals to explore how their unconscious beliefs and behaviors contribute to interpersonal dynamics, fostering a deeper understanding of the self and promoting more fulfilling relationships. Ancestral karma delves into the idea that unconscious patterns and unresolved issues can be inherited from one's ancestors. Jung believed that the experiences and traumas of previous generations could leave an imprint on the collective unconscious, influencing the psyche of subsequent generations. In shadow work, individuals explore their ancestral lineage to identify and address patterns that may have been passed down through generations. By recognizing and healing ancestral karma, individuals can break free from intergenerational cycles and create a positive impact on their own lives and the lives of future generations. Cultural and societal karma involves the collective influences and expectations that shape individual behavior and beliefs. Society often imposes norms and values that individuals internalize, leading to the suppression of certain aspects of the shadow. Shadow work in this context requires a critical examination of cultural conditioning and societal expectations. By questioning and challenging societal norms, individuals can liberate themselves from the constraints of cultural karma and embrace a more authentic and self-determined path. Archetypal karma explores the influence of universal symbols and archetypes on the individual psyche. Archetypes, according to Jung, are universal patterns that reside in the collective unconscious and shape human experiences. In shadow work, individuals may encounter archetypal figures in dreams, fantasies, or visions that offer insights into the deeper layers of the psyche. Exploring archetypal karma involves understanding how these universal patterns impact personal development, providing a richer tapestry for the integration of the shadow. Inviting the shadow into your life. The process of inviting the shadow into one's life is a pivotal and courageous step in the transformative journey of shadow work. It requires a conscious and deliberate willingness to explore the depths of the unconscious, acknowledging and embracing aspects of the self that have long been relegated to the shadows. This invitation is not a passive acceptance of the status quo but an active and intentional engagement with the hidden facets of one's psyche. Understanding the significance of inviting the shadow is crucial for embarking on a journey of self-discovery, personal growth, and ultimately, integration. The journey of shadow work begins with cultivating awareness, an intentional and mindful exploration of the various layers of one's consciousness. Cultivating awareness involves developing a keen sense of observation, turning attention inward to explore the thoughts, emotions, and behaviors that often operate below the surface of conscious awareness. This practice requires a commitment to self-reflection and a genuine curiosity about the intricacies of the psyche. Incorporating moments of daily reflection into one's routine fosters ongoing awareness. Taking time to review the events of the day, noting emotional responses, and identifying patterns in thoughts and behaviors enhances self-awareness. Regular reflection provides valuable insights into the workings of the mind and offers a starting point for inviting the shadow into conscious awareness. Facing discomfort and resistance. Inviting the shadow into one's life necessitates a willingness to face discomfort and resistance head-on. The shadow often harbors aspects that have been relegated to the unconscious precisely because they evoke discomfort or are deemed socially unacceptable. Shadow work requires a courageous exploration of uncomfortable emotions, such as fear, shame, anger, or sadness. Facing uncomfortable emotions is a crucial aspect of acknowledging the shadow's presence. Discomfort and resistance may be rooted in repressed memories or past traumas. Shadow work involves a willingness to unearth these memories and examine them with a compassionate and non-judgmental attitude. This process enables individuals to integrate fragmented aspects of their past, contributing to a more cohesive and authentic sense of self. The shadow often holds limiting beliefs that shape one's self-perception and worldview. Facing discomfort requires challenging these limiting beliefs, questioning their validity, and exploring alternative perspectives. This process involves stepping outside of established comfort zones and embracing a more expansive understanding of oneself. Acknowledging and integrating the shadow. Once the invitation to explore the shadow has been extended, the subsequent phases of shadow work involve acknowledging and integrating the unconscious aspects that come to light. This process, rooted in Carl Jung's psychology, requires a deep commitment to self-discovery and a courageous willingness to confront the often challenging and uncomfortable elements residing within the shadow. Active imagination is a technique developed by Carl Jung that plays a pivotal role in the process of acknowledging and integrating the shadow. It involves a deliberate and conscious engagement with the contents of the unconscious through the use of imagination and visualization. During active imagination, individuals intentionally focus their attention on the images, thoughts, and emotions that emerge from the depths of the psyche. The process typically begins by relaxing the mind and entering a meditative or contemplative state. In this state, individuals allow their minds to wander freely, observing the spontaneous images and thoughts that arise. The key is to actively participate in these mental images rather than passively observing them. Active imagination often leads to encounters with symbolic representations that may include figures, landscapes, or scenarios. These symbols hold significance and are considered manifestations of unconscious content. Engaging with these symbols in a purposeful manner allows individuals to explore the messages and insights encoded within the shadow. Through active imagination, individuals can establish a direct and dynamic dialogue with the shadow. By actively engaging with the symbolic representations, they facilitate a bridge between the conscious and unconscious aspects of the psyche. This intentional exploration contributes to the integration of unconscious material into conscious awareness, fostering a more comprehensive understanding of the self. Cultivating self-compassion is a crucial aspect of the journey toward acknowledging and integrating the shadow. It involves developing a kind and understanding relationship with oneself, particularly when confronted with the challenging and uncomfortable aspects unearthed during the shadow work process. Cultivating self-compassion begins with adopting a non-judgmental attitude towards one's thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. Rather than harsh self-criticism, individuals approach themselves with curiosity and acceptance, recognizing that the shadow represents unmet needs and unexplored facets of the self. Self-compassion involves acknowledging and embracing imperfections. Individuals recognize that the shadow is not a reflection of personal failure but an inherent aspect of the human experience. Embracing imperfection fosters a compassionate response to the complexities encountered during the shadow work journey. Visualizing and resolving the shadow. As individuals progress in their shadow work journey, the stages of visualizing and resolving the shadow come to the forefront. Informed by Carl Jung's theories, this phase of shadow work taps into the power of the mind and the symbolism inherent in the unconscious to bring about transformative healing and integration. Creative visualization begins with the cultivation of a vivid and detailed mental image. Individuals utilize their imagination to create an inner landscape where they can encounter symbolic representations of the shadow. This imaginative exploration provides a platform for conscious interaction with unconscious material. This conscious focus shapes the trajectory of the visualization, allowing for a targeted exploration of the shadow. Creative visualization often leads to the identification of unresolved conflicts, unhealed wounds, or persistent tensions within the shadow. These elements may be represented through symbolic images, scenarios, or interactions. Recognizing these unresolved aspects is a crucial step in the symbolic resolution process. Inner alchemy utilizes symbolic imagery to represent the transformative process within the psyche. This may include visualizing the symbolic stages of alchemy, such as dissolution, purification, and coagulation, as metaphors for the psychological transformation of the shadow. Each stage represents a different aspect of the integration journey. These visualizations symbolize the transformative journey of the shadow, where unconscious elements undergo a process of refinement and integration. Expression and surrender in shadow work. As individuals progress through the multifaceted journey of shadow work, the stages of expression and surrender emerge as crucial components. Creative expression in the context of shadow work involves utilizing various artistic and expressive outlets to bring unconscious material into conscious awareness. Creative expression serves as a channel for exploring and expressing complex emotions associated with the shadow. Through the use of color, form, movement, or sound, individuals can externalize and process emotional experiences that may be difficult to verbalize. This emotional exploration contributes to a more holistic understanding of the shadow. Surrendering to the creative process is an integral aspect of shadow work, emphasizing a willingness to let go of preconceived notions, expectations, and judgments. Surrendering to the process involves cultivating an openness to the messages and symbols emerging from the unconscious. The surrendering process includes adopting a non-attachment to the outcome of the creative expression. Rather than focusing solely on the end result, individuals shift their attention to the present moment of creation. Focus on the feeling. Carl Jung asserted that understanding and integrating the shadow necessitate a deep exploration of emotions and feelings that may have been repressed, overlooked, or misunderstood. Focusing on the feeling begins with a mindful awareness of emotions as they arise. This involves paying close attention to the nuances of emotional experiences without immediately seeking to categorize, judge, or suppress them. Mindful awareness allows individuals to be fully present with their emotions, creating a foundation for a more profound understanding of the inner landscape. The next step is the identification and naming of emotions. This process involves discerning the specific emotions at play, whether they are joy, sadness, anger, fear, or a more complex interplay of feelings. By clearly identifying and labeling emotions, individuals gain greater clarity about the underlying dynamics of their internal experiences. Focusing on the feeling entails exploring the triggers that evoke specific emotional responses. These triggers may be rooted in past experiences, unresolved traumas, or patterns ingrained in the unconscious. By examining the roots of emotional reactions, individuals uncover valuable insights into the shadow aspects associated with particular feelings. A crucial element of focusing on the feeling is cultivating a non-judgmental stance toward emotions. Instead of labeling emotions as good or bad, individuals approach them with curiosity and acceptance. Letting the feeling be. Letting the feeling be is a complementary aspect of the shadow work process that involves allowing emotions to unfold without immediate attempts to control, suppress, or manipulate them. This step encourages a sense of receptivity and acceptance, enabling individuals to witness and experience their emotions fully. Letting the feeling be requires a practice of radical acceptance, an unconditional acknowledgement of emotions without resistance. It involves embracing the reality of the present emotional experience without attempting to change or deny it. Radical acceptance fosters an attitude of openness and surrender to the flow of emotions. Emotions often carry an innate need for expression. Letting the feeling be involves allowing emotions to express themselves naturally, whether through tears, laughter, or other forms of emotional release. This authentic expression facilitates the processing of emotions and contributes to a sense of emotional well-being. The silent witness. The concept of the silent witness is derived from mindfulness practices and plays a pivotal role in the process of shadow work. The silent witness is an inner observer, a detached and non-judgmental aspect of the self that can witness thoughts, emotions, and experiences without becoming entangled in them. The silent witness involves cultivating an inner observer consciousness. This inner presence remains detached from the fluctuations of thoughts and emotions, providing a vantage point from which individuals can witness the activities of the mind without getting lost in them. Cultivating the silent witness enhances self-awareness and supports the exploration of the shadow. The silent witness is particularly useful in observing thought patterns associated with shadow elements. By stepping back and observing the stream of thoughts without judgment, individuals gain insight into the narratives and beliefs that may be influencing their behavior. This detached observation serves as a valuable tool for unraveling the complexities of the shadow. The silent witness transcends the egoic identification with the self. It is a higher-order aspect of consciousness that stands apart from the ego's narratives and self-definitions. By accessing this transcendent perspective, individuals can disentangle themselves from ego-driven reactions, fostering a more liberated and expansive experience of the self. Unlocking authenticity. Mastering Jungian shadow work is a transformative journey encompassing practices like active imagination, creative expression, and self-compassion. It involves understanding, acknowledging, and integrating the shadow, embracing archetypal imagery, and engaging in symbolic resolutions. By surrendering to the creative process and letting go of control, individuals navigate the complexities of their inner world, achieving a harmonious integration of the unconscious. This journey, symbolically an inner alchemy, unlocks a profound sense of authenticity and personal growth, ultimately leading to freedom through integration.
And for shadow work being when your community, you got to turn
The
me up
volume up.
something.
Just increase the volume a bit, I think.
Oh, I've never had to increase the volume of my mic. That's pretty strange. Do I just, or is it better here?
Much, yeah.
Okay, I just gotta get closer.
There we go.
So for shadow work being when your community sees a bad behavior in you and points it out to your face to force you to face instead of ignore
Yeah.
your shadow. And it seems to be what this show is all about these days. But VGT Live is a space for discussing morality, critiquing the enemies of natural law, and supporting its proponents, always encouraging them, our friends, and ourselves to do less harm through continued use of shadow work. Acknowledging that morality exists is like doing the first of the 12 steps in Alcoholics Anonymous. It's an arduous and ending journey of self-reflection and internal work to fix how you think and react to the world around you. Satanism is not what they taught us it was on TV. It's not just people who worship the devil or play in death metal bands. It's how most people are living today, living in an eternally selfish lifestyle, ignorant of the rules of law. This is the reason we are where we are today. An activist who doesn't practice their own principles to the fullest is an activist of nothing. Strict personal adherence to and the passing along of these principles is integral to bringing back balance to our sick and immoral society. As always, this show is open and live, giving anyone the ability to come on and speak or defend themselves. Please do not kill the messenger. Do not focus on me or anyone else on the show too much, as humans are fallible, but natural law is not. The truth is the truth, no matter who's delivering the message. A lot of things on this show may trigger you, but don't forget, getting offended is for bitches. And how's it going, Alicia?
Good. That was good. Like
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
So we got a lot to talk about this episode. If we had taken care of these couple things when we wanted to in the past, we wouldn't be doing the show. But so let's see, where do we start? I suppose, who should I get warmed up with?
You can.
So I guess during COVID times, I remember seeing a video of a Canadian activist, and he was spitting a little bit of fire, and I think I reposted it. And then maybe a year later, I saw the same guy making a video about Jeff Berwick, and I was like, hey, this guy's kind of cool, you know, a little goofy, but cool, seemed like. And then he kind of just disappeared into the background as COVID went away. I think anyone who became relevant because of COVID kind of disappeared into the background, because we're all fucking sick of hearing about it, for one. And if you're going to gain notoriety by simply one thing, and you aren't able to roll that momentum into other bigger, better things, then kind of you're not really worth paying attention to. So he kind of disappeared. So recently it was brought up to my attention that this guy's a pretty militant anti-vegan. And the same guy who I saw him criticize, Jeff Berwick, he was starting to kind of mimic in a way. It was very strange. The whole selling information to get, or setting up passport, quick passport, quick citizenship to Mexico. For one, convincing people to move to Mexico, which I'll get into later, I think is a terrible idea. Two, selling passports to people, trying to get them, trying to make some money off of some sort of scam that the Mexicans use when gringos go down there to try and get them to get their friends to send in money. It's a scam that's been happening for a long time. Jeff Berwick was caught in this scam red-handed. He had stolen hundreds of thousands of dollars from libertarians, our friends and families, feeding them fear propaganda to try and convince them to go to Mexico. So basically building a cult. It's a lot more fun for these guys to have a bunch of their people around them when they escape their country, because they're too, I don't know, their ego won't let them actually create good content where they're from and try and fix what's going on in their area. They have to go hide somewhere and ignore the world. I'll get into that later. I don't want to start ranting on that yet. But vehemently anti-vegan, has some ridiculous anti-vegan statements I've seen so far. And this guy's not only anti-vegan, but he's like red in the face, spitting anti-vegan. So we're going to go over some of the things he said. We're going to fact check and talk about whether or not his ideas and his moves and what he's trying to move people into. Oh, the other thing is crypto. Now, after talking about crypto, he's now doing a pump and dump scam. Since it's crypto bull season, any scammery types are going to be like, oh wait, I have if I have a lot of people following me, I could tell them to buy a coin, and they'll pump it, and I could just sell it out from underneath them and leave them all with empty bags. Like that's an amazing scam. You know, like it's a pretty easy scam for anyone to do who has a following. I'm surprised Will Keller isn't doing one yet. So it's shocking. The video that I posted of his, I even reposted his video on my YouTube. It was him talking shit about Berwick selling fast track passports to Mexico and doing a pump and dump scam. And this guy, when he talks, he's very abrasive. So it makes him even look more ridiculous when he has his foot in his mouth, because he's literally talking shit about himself now. So it's been, 10 years since Berwick pulled that scam. And so we have mini Canadian Berwick now, mini Canadian Joe Rogan wannabe Berwick, who's doing the same scams Berwick was pulling. So it's a clear projection. Clearly Chris Sky is his name. Clearly Chris Sky was paying attention when he saw Berwick scam everyone. And when he was speaking out against him, it was only something that he wished he did before. So we're going to look at some of this stuff, some videos about him, and we're going to critique what he's doing. And, I've been in the truth movement for, since like 2011 or something. And I've seen a lot of these guys come and go. And I've seen a lot of people try and make money off of small pieces of notoriety in the truth movement. And it just really irritates me. People just getting scammed over and over again, and no one really calling anyone out. So I guess to introduce us to who this clown is, we'll watch this video. Canada. I'm going to try not to talk as much shit about Canada as possible. Respect, Alicia.
If it deserves it, it deserves it. Like, what can I say? There are times when
there's this show before they were famous in Canada, I guess. It looks to be kind of like a home-based podcast kind of show. I don't know if it's actually on TV, but allegedly Chris Sky is famous in Canada. I recall. Oh, there was another thing. Actually, maybe we should watch that first. Well, no, let's watch this first. So we'll just watch this to familiarize everybody with this fool. And I got some more stuff after. Here we go.
Like he's some kind of time traveler from the future.
Don't need a mask. The mask is about compliance.
Boom.
Hey guys, before we get into this very special Before They're Famous video, it's important to note that the opinions expressed by our guests, well, they don't reflect the Before They're Famous business or the team. We invite all different types of celebrities onto our channel to share their story. Chris Sky, he is a character in himself. He's got a lot to say, but again, the opinions he expressed, they do not reflect Before They're Famous. But still, we want to share our platform with absolutely everyone. So here we go. Before Chris Sky would be arrested in Toronto, Thunder Bay, Winnipeg, and get kicked out of Halifax, as well as have the cops visit him at his home.
Do not touch me. Do not touch me. Do not touch me. Get away from me. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, guys.
Before Chris Sky would write the book Just Say No, his manifesto against the pandemic of 2020 and 2021, and apparently to him it's going to go on forever.
Hours before it was supposed to go on sale, I got an email from Amazon, and it became the first book in the history of the world to be banned by Amazon before it went on sale.
Before Chris Sky would be banned from Instagram and Facebook and would be placed on Canada's no-fly list, as well as lose his driver's license.
I'm on 6 separate bails, and each one of them has their own specific conditions. Things like not being able to drive, not being able to fly, not being able to own any type of weapon. Even like if they see a sharp pen on me, they'll take that thing from me.
If you live in Canada or you're...
Well, I believe he threatened someone's life and then almost ran over some police officers with a car because he was scared. He I don't know. We'll get into this.
We're part of the anti-mask movement anywhere in the world.
But this, I think, if you started watching this, you might be kind of sympathetic towards him. But I think this guy welcomes this kind of attention, actually seeks out this kind of attention, because I've been around guys like this that, you know, try and get arrested so they can get attention. It's really not the greatest activism.
Well, there's no way you haven't heard of Chris Sky or Chris Sacco Joe. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Now, he's one of the most polarizing personalities in the world right now, and I wouldn't be surprised if this video, it gets taken down by YouTube just for mentioning his name. Now, on the other hand, while some of his prediction videos, they continue to go viral, like he's some kind of time traveler from the future.
Don't need a mask. The mask is about compliance because they know Canadians like to do what they're told.
God, this shirt! Holy crap! What in the hell? So, this guy's got like fake teeth, a fake aesthetic, like a fake physique, clearly on steroids. This shirt. Oh my God, what is this shirt? Like, did he purposely like stretch it out and like pull it to the side when he got there? Holy shit, bro. So, yeah, so fake teeth, obviously. Lots of testosterone, lots of DECA, lots of Tren, lots of HGH going into that body to get that physique. Oh my God, that shirt. Holy crap.
That's his signature attire.
Is it really?
Oh, yeah. Even now, that's what he wears.
A bodybuilder look is his, that's his thing.
Wow.
You know, that's like, you know, like 9 out of 10 women aren't into that, right? And like 9 out of 9 gay dudes are into that. So who's he trying to attract with that outfit? Holy cow.
Next, they're going to tell you have to
Try to just bust his balls, but that's some 80s bodybuilder look he's got nailed down with his bleach blonde hair. So bleach hair, fake teeth. I'm sure he's probably had I'm sure he's got like ab implants or like some sort of plastic surgery, all these bodybuilder guys. And especially if he's like, the other thing is he comes from like a billionaire family, super affluent, super rich, super privileged, which just kind of makes him even a little bit more cringe. That's for sure.
contact trace.
So we here before they're famous, we actually had the opportunity to have him visit our studio for a full in-depth conversation. And we talked about absolutely everything.
And if you want to see where it goes if we do nothing, look at Australia. So like I said, look, what's going to happen is Trudeau's going to win. We're going to see massive cases rising in the vaccination.
Okay, here's the funny thing. So he wants everyone to go to Mexico, right? And now he's sitting here saying, look at Australia, right? I mean, I'm sure this is pretty old footage. But is it the Argentinian president, Alicia?
Who? What about the Argentinian president? Oh, there was something about him recently. What was that now?
So the Argentinian president is like a ultra conservative, I guess. And he's doing all of the Chinese facial recognition, like all the really scary. Is it Chile or Argentina?
Argentina.
Yeah. What was his name? He's got a funny name.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah, so this guy's fingerprinting everyone, and his ideas are spreading to the countries around them and spreading to the entire Latin America like hotcakes. Everyone loves these security measures he's implementing. And Chris Guy's trying to tell everyone to move down there. And he's complaining about not being able to own a gun. But guess what? You can't own guns in Mexico, bro. And they're going to start implementing these higher security things. And they're going to care less about the rights of the people down there because they're already doing it. And so, I mean, there's so many reasons why this dude is hypocritical. I mean, the cartels, like, even if he told people to move to like, Costa Rica or Nicaragua or something like that, at least there's no cartels there. There's big families and stuff, but they're not like the Mexican cartels. Andy's telling people to move to Tulum. Tulum is like an obnoxious little tourist town for one, and gringos get messed with by the cartels all the time there.
Right. He's in Playa del
We're actually told not, Americans are told not to go there at all on vacation.
He
and
himself,
that's like Honduras, they tell us not to go. Those are super sketchy places. So go ahead.
Well, he himself is in Playa del Carmen. I don't know about Tulum, but it's not
right next door.
It's not just, I mean, Mexico's the main one he's pushing, but he's saying have a Rolodex of passports so that you have options. You know, he's not necessarily with that saying
or something.
I can't drive in Canada. I'm probably being surveyed and under surveillance in Canada. I've got bail restrictions in Canada. You know, but it's, you know, he's got a different lifestyle. He's also got access to different money. And yet he's kind of putting everybody in the same bucket, go to Mexico because that's where I am. But it's like, well, why are you
got
there?
millions of dollars to blow on your lifestyle. Most people don't, especially people that are going to up and move away, or, you know, and it's just really, really bad advice. And especially trying to slide them in somehow into getting citizenship, you're going to end up putting families in jail, bro.
Yeah,
like
in Mexico,
people end up in jail over sketchy visa passport stuff in Mexico all the time. These scammers who recruit dumb gringos to go and scam more Americans. And these idiots, it's just unbelievable. These people end up in jail and then they have to pay to get out of jail. If you go to Mexico, you will be bled dry by everyone that you deal with. So because they're used to it, because it's the place everyone goes, you know, like it's, oh, go to Mexico. They've been for hundreds of years. They've been taking in sketchy gringos from North America, you know, like they know how to bleed people dry down there. Unfortunately, I have lived in Latin America. I've been an expat. I know how it is. It's not what this guy is making it seem like. So it's just, whenever he says, he contradicts himself in almost everything I see. He's completely contradicting himself. Australia is not as bad as some parts of Latin America right now. And Australia is definitely nicer than, bad parts of Mexico.
The timestamp of during COVID was one thing where people just, you know, they were running from Australia or running from Canada, where quite frankly, for the unvaccinated, you couldn't catch a plane, train, or automobile. You couldn't go into a restaurant. If you didn't have a QR code, there was a lot. There was you were public enemy number one because you're not doing your job to protect again. So there was a time then, but the time now is actually different. And the government has changed quite a bit. Now who they've just elected as president, and he's anti-Jewish. The Mexican president is Jewish. Like there's all involved in the one world, in WEF. Like, so the tides have already changed quite a bit, and that definitely needs to be factored in. I don't know if you've got the clip where he has, and this is not to kind of jump ahead, but his sales tactic on this, whatever it was, residency come passport come whatever you want, with another guy who looks like a fellow weightlifter. It's not exactly an office setting. I mean, it's all shades of suspicious. And this, you know, all these just these innocent families who are making this big decision and going there probably don't speak the language, probably don't have the resources. They're going through Chris's approach probably because they're not meeting the financial requirements. It's not that difficult to do if you really want to do it. No. It's going up, but you know, the cost of living is going up there too. It's not what it used to be. And heaven forbid, you know, the bread earner of the family ends up in a Mexican jail. And then like, what if they do a bust? Where is Chris going to be then? Is it like, here's my Gmail or my phone number, or is he going to be in another country?
Well, he'll have a list of everyone who paid him, and they'll all get busted too. You know, in Nicaragua, you could fly to Nicaragua right now for $350, slap down $1,000 and have citizenship. Like, it's just, there are better places. Like, if you have to go to Latin America, there are way better places to go. But if you have all the money in the world, then Mexico's awesome. You know, nothing wrong with Mexico if you have all the money in the world. But if you're a normal person who's going to be living on a budget, which most expats live off of not much money, you know, like, so they're not going to be blowing money on stupid shit the whole time, having a great life with private security around them, living in communities that have security and stuff, which most people can't afford. So yeah, so let's keep watching this goofiness.
They're going to blame that on a new variant.
But who is Chris Sky? Where did he come from? And where did he find his voice to start speaking his mind? Well, in this video, we got lots to get through. What's going on, guys? It's your boy Michael Crutton. Today we have a very special guest in the flesh. Chris Sky, thanks for coming in, bro. We did an hour-long podcast interview. You can check that out. Links down below. Chris Sky, how can they follow you?
You can go to my website, realchrisSky.com. Check out my book there, Just Say No. You can also follow me on Telegram, Real Chris Sky, on Twitter, Chris Sky, Facebook, Chris Sky, and a fan account on Instagram because everyone knows my Instagram was taken down, Chris Sky 83.
They're deleting like all your stuff.
They're trying to delete me, not just my stuff.
We got lots to get through, guys. Be sure to check out the podcast. Be sure to check out his website. But for now, let's get into this video. That's kind of cool, eh? When we like do it with the star. Yeah, we should do more of that. Chris Sky was born Chris at Coach Show sometime in 1983, and apparently, well, he grew up in the Jane and Finch area.
You grew up in Jane and Finch?
No, I was born in North York.
Okay.
By the time I was like old enough to walk around and do things, we moved to Vaughan. But my grandmother lived at Jane and Finch, so I spent a lot of time at Jane and Finch all the way up until I was probably around 8-10 years old, and then she moved away from there.
He told me he grew up with two older sisters, and he is the son of property developer Arts at Cocho. And well, he's a hugely successful developer who owns Sky Homes Corporation, which according to their website, well, they've built 6,000 homes over their 4 years of business. Now, cruising that website, well, we're looking at multi-million-dollar mansions all over the greater Toronto area. So, well, one can only imagine that business, it was certainly booming. When Chris got out of the Jane and Finch area, which is a notoriously dangerous spot just outside of Toronto, well, things from there, they definitely took a turn for the better in a big way. Now, he told me in his interview that he went to a private school for a little bit, but he didn't like it there. And speaking with me about his earlier years, well, he had this to say.
So I was in a private school. When I was in grade 3, they wanted me to skip 2 grades. I was famous for not having a book or a bag or a binder. I never carried anything. If I went to classes because
So you were smart and famous when you were in school, huh? Wow. Interesting first topic to talk about. Jesus Christ. Holy shit, bro.
the principal literally told me, this is how many classes you have.
What's that?
Narcissist much?
Yeah. me. Like, it's like if you're being interviewed, you know, like, it's one thing to go me for a little bit, but I was so smart in school. I was famous for like not even carrying a bag and just like reading all the book. Like, good Lord, bro.
Have to go to legally be allowed to graduate. So I went to those classes. I sat in the class. If I had a test, I wrote it. If I had an exam, I wrote it. And I ended up with a 86 average.
Delving a little deeper, we also talked about this.
Now, with what you're currently doing, I feel like you might have been the guy who stood up to bullies.
Oh, yeah.
You looked out for the little guy.
All the time.
I did
that was probably one of my
tests that Joe Rogan did, and it told me I'm a fucking genius too. Ugh. Lordy. Yeah.
my main motivations. I hated bullies ever since I was a child. And that's all I think about with the government, that they're bullying people. They're literally making billions and billions of people suffer.
And then we talked about this.
And then I feel like some haters online, they would be saying like, you know, you grew up privileged, right? Like some people would. Have you seen that?
Buddy, I've seen everything to that I'm a racist. I'm a racist, but I'm married to an Asian.
Yes, his fake plastic mail order bride with his fake teeth and his fake steroid physique.
I don't follow
LGBT, but my wife's bisexual.
I don't think they're together anymore, but like I'm not up on it all. But she's been
not surprised.
She's been absent for a while.
I'm a raging Islamophobe. My best friend.
I love how he glossed over the that he's privileged thing. Yes, you're the son of a billionaire. You're a privileged little shit.
Deny and distract.
For sure. He's like, oh yeah, they call me racist. Like, no, he was asking you about the privilege thing, not racist stuff. That's not what we're saying. The privilege thing hits the nail on the head. You're trying to say, oh yeah, they're just trying to cancel me. Good Lord.
There's nothing wrong with being privileged if you're lucky to be there. So I don't know why I'd even deny it, but it's just like it's too obvious to deny.
Good
I don't know.
Lord.
I don't. There's.
Friends, a Pakistani Muslim imam who travels the country with me, and who's also the one who bailed me out of jail.
Swear I'm not racist. I have a black friend. Like, bad. I swear, trust me, I'm not. It's not how you're supposed to like answer questions, bro. Especially if you're a genius.
Talk about this, which was one of my favorite moments from the interview.
Was Wonderland like a big thing for you?
When I was like 13, yeah.
I mean, Wonderland was my life. I had my first kiss there, everything, man.
I had a lot of firsts at Wonderland.
Oh, you took it to other levels?
Not like you're thinking. I don't know what you're thinking. I'm talking about kid stuff, but yeah.
I made love on the Mind Buster.
So after high school, he went straight to work for his father's company. And actually, we found some old pics of Chris from back in the day. And we had him and his wife, Jenny. Well, tell us a little bit about each of them.
Oh, it's our mini horses.
What's going on here?
This is our property where we currently live. We had animals before. We had mini goats, as you see. That was Bandit. That's Mac. He was a mini horse. He was actually smaller than one of our dogs.
You have a platform. You're being interviewed. You could say anything in the world. You could say anything in the world, inspirational, to try and make the world a better place. And you just want to talk about your mini horse and your dog and how smart you are. Like, this is unbearable.
Only about 170 pounds. And that's the biggest thing.
I was only about 170 pounds. I wasn't even that big then. Now I'm yoked. But he's like a mini. He's like 5'2" or something. So he's like a little mini Joe Rogan buff guy.
What you got the flow going here? What year was this?
Oh my God, look at that.
This must have been like 2013.
Okay, next one. Oh yeah, fitness motto. This is more recent, I'm guessing.
Well, I have the tat, so it has to be after 2020.
My God.
This was well, I got this right at the start of COVID. So this must have been like at least May 2020.
Let's see another one.
That's Thunder. And me. Thunder's our Great Dane. He was one of the biggest dogs in the world. He's featured in articles all over the world. He was about 220 pounds. He just passed away for a little guy.
Next one there.
That's Chi-Chi. That's my
like
first dog. She also just passed away. Her Thunder passed away only like 2 weeks ago.
When people get notoriety, like any dude, he's just the first asshole to be talking shit about COVID stuff that had enough money to promote himself and get big off of saying everything that we've all been saying, And so I've seen a lot of these guys get famous off of like one video or something. And then they go do the rounds and they got nothing to fucking say. They got nothing to say. They don't even try and take advantage of the position they're in. They just had that one thing. And, and it's just like, you're talking about your dogs. You're on TV and you're talking about your fucking dogs and you're an activist. Yikes.
Pomeranian?
13 years old.
Wow.
I had her actually before I even met my wife. That's Thunder. You can see how big he is.
Wow.
People think it's Photoshop, but it's not. He's just a massive dog, and he still thinks he's a lap dog. He's literally sitting on my one leg.
I think that's.
He was still a baby.
He was not even a year old yet.
Yeah, that's his wife, Jenny. You could go look for her Instagram after this video. Just sit tight for a minute. Now, as for him and his wife, Jenny, well, they met in the old-fashioned way via Facebook. Now, she popped up in his suggested friends list, and despite the fact that she lived in Texas, well, Chris, he took a chance at sliding into her DMs. Now, the two had a ton of issues being from different countries, and he had to jump through a ton of hoops for them to eventually get married.
We were going back and forth between Canada.
She looked totally normal. And he just like destroyed her with money.
The States whenever we wanted and getting her passport stamped. And we did that for a good 5 years. And then they didn't want to let me into the States one day because they started sharing information and they found out I had a medical marijuana license in Canada. Completely legal.
Great idea.
Yeah, I had one since 2012. And they started giving me a hassle about it. And then they started looking through her passport and seeing how much we were traveling. So they wanted to be dicks and they basically just separated us at the border. They put her into the States, me back into Canada, literally just separated, pulled us apart. I had to like throw her my credit card and put her in a hotel while I tried to fix everything. That was in the beginning of December 2013. By Christmas, I flew her to Bahamas because it was like neutral territory for both of us so we could spend Christmas together. By New Year's, I had got documentation so I could go into the States. So we spent New Year's together. And then by January 14th, I had set up a wedding for January 15th in New York. We got married, and I brought her back here.
And once that was done, well, he would have her come live with him in Canada.
wow.
And today, the couple, they live out in the countryside in an area known as King City.
Mindless.
Now, prior to the pandemic, well, Chris and Jenny, they were living
Unbearably boring content. Unbearably just like, dude, you have an opportunity to do something great. And you're talking about your dog and how you and your girlfriend got separated at the border because she probably didn't have the right paperwork. I mean, I'm not like defending borders, but like use your head and don't try and make it sound like something it's not. James Aspie, who's that? Oh God, this is painful. I mean, it's partly the interviewer's fault too, but like you could just not spend 20 minutes talking about yourself.
much different
They ask you.
type of lifestyle. They were traveling the world, hanging out with the likes of Instagram models and enjoying the good life. That is until the outbreak in China. It would change the world forever. Now, in regards to where he was when the pandemic hit, well, he spoke about that with We Love Hip Hop.
Me and my wife were on vacation. It was her birthday in the end of February. So we were in Italy, right in Venice, where the outbreak happened, before it happened here. Wow. And they're playing it on the media like it was the end of the friggin' world. So I had people calling me nonstop, are you okay? You're in Venice. I'm like at the gym. She's sitting at Gucci shopping. We're meeting up for lunch. Like, I don't know how it is over in Canada, but I'm fine over here. Like, you guys got to stop watching TV. So already I knew they're blowing everything out of proportion. But then when they said they're going to lock down Italy, I was like, fuck, I got to get out of here. I don't want to get stuck here. That shit's serious. So we left Italy. We spent some time in Netherlands and France right at the beginning of March, and then came back home 2 weeks before they did the lockdown.
Worse version of Andrew Tate. It's like Canadian Andrew Tate, Jeff Berwick, Joe Rogan mix guy. Like he's all the dickheads mixed in one. With the ego to go along with it.
So the first thing I did when I came home is tell everybody they're going to lock us down too.
Now, Chris predicted the lockdown coming to Canada, and he started to see other agendas and situations unfolding.
So when he saw the rest of the world locking down, he told Canada there was going to be a lockdown. Wow, hard prediction. Holy crap. What a super genius to predict the future like that. After China had been locked down, to think that they were actually going to lock down here too, when countries were dropping like flies, locking down. What a prediction. Holy shit. This man should be, fucking president of Canada. Unbelievable.
Well, he tried for mayor of Toronto.
Oh, I'm sure he did. I am sure he did. Not surprised in the least bit. He's wearing a super, like a $500 sweater right there. That super dry sweater. So lame.
Concerned about. Now, in his book, Just Say No, he wrote, "We're living through an extraordinary time. This entire pandemic was planned well in advance. It follows the problem, reaction, solution recipe. The government creates a problem, elicits a reaction, and then provides a solution. When you can see that, you realize that the virus is not the threat. It is merely the tool being used by those in power to change the power structure of society, to remove our rights and freedoms, and to impose a medical and technocratic tyranny on society that is going to span the world and last for generations." Now, that right there was just a small part from the introduction of his book. So if you want to check that out, well, there's definitely, there's a lot to sit through. There's also our interview where he speaks about this himself. I guess you can hear it from the horse's mouth. And the horse being me? No, him. Well, I'm two horses, because my mouth's there as well, I guess.
I wrote a book called Just Say No, and I didn't ghostwrite it. I wrote it myself, and it was transcribed from over 10 hours of me speaking about COVID, about everything, about the 3 phases of United Non-Compliance, about where this goes if we don't act, about where it goes if we do act, et cetera, et cetera. And I jumped through all the hoops, got a publishing deal. I was supposed to launch it in Vancouver on my tour. I got arrested 2 days before I was supposed to launch it. I got out, made the arrangements so I could still launch it. And then hours before it was supposed to go on sale, I got an email from Amazon, and it became the first book in the history of the world to be banned by Amazon before it went on sale.
Big thanks to Chris Sky and his wife Jenny for coming by our studio. Now, just for the record, I am vaccinated, but I do think it's important to hear everyone out and use this platform for others to share their stories. Now, you can check out Chris Sky's book. He's mentioned it in the intro, and I guess we'll leave a link down below. Also, be sure to check out the full interview. The link to that is also down below, and I'll see you guys in another video. Boom!
Is that a Canadian show? Is that a Canadian show? Well, you see the way he said, I'm vaccinated, because it was such a heavy push in Canada. That's why when you're like, I don't want, well, talk shit if you need to talk shit, because I mean, it wasn't exactly a great model. And this is, people were afraid to, they were afraid.
Yeah.
But anyways, Jenny looked so, she was just so apathetic. She just sat there through that. She had nothing to say. Poor girl.
Poor girl, man. Jesus Christ. Yeah, but so yeah. So I'd seen a couple screenshots of his, right? So I went into his Telegram. He was talking about, oh, no one could put together a meal.
There's something up with your mic there. It disconnected or something. Your mic went scratchy, and then there's no hardly any sound. There you go, better.
How's that?
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah. So he was, I got the link, and it was something about, oh, you know, no vegan can have a plate of food with this much micros and macros. And for one, the numbers that he posted were ridiculous. It was like hundreds of grams of fat, you know, like hundreds of grams of protein, just like pretty garbage. For one, he's too small to eat that much all the time. So like that's just ridiculous. So the macros were kind of dumb, but I went in there and I was like, okay, let's talk to this guy. And he immediately he blocked me, but then like he unblocked me. It was weird. Like it was gone, and then like I couldn't comment, and then like I could comment after a while.
I made a comment, and I'm like, you're banning people.
Yeah.
Like you just
you
banned
the C word.
and you were unblocked.
Yeah. So you went and told him, you went and said, oh yeah, you just had someone show up and you blocked him, and he called you a C word.
Oh, I forgot. Like
pretty wild, right off the bat, just like
you
could see him spitting at his freaking. You could imagine him spitting at his laptop, just like that big ass mouth with those fake ass teeth. So then he posted a collage of articles that were, some of them were repeats, but they were like, vegan kill their children, and vegan mom feeds child only bananas its whole life and it dies, and like all these kind of
from malnourishment type of, that's the platform.
Yeah, from malnourishment because of veganism. And he's like, see, these satanic people are killing their children because their food isn't healthy enough for them, and blah 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 blah. Oh, so for one, his argument is completely debunked. Simply, veganism is it. There's not a store that's called vegan that sells. So there's no vegan food. Isn't like a brown mushy blob of goo that everyone eats. That's the same thing. Veganism has a broad spectrum of foods that you can eat, and different nutrition values in each one. And one can be extremely healthy on a vegan diet and extremely unhealthy on a vegan diet, just like one can be extremely unhealthy on a non-vegan diet or extremely unhealthy on a non-vegan diet. It's possible to do both. People eat different things. If you feed... God, this thing, I gotta fix this. If you feed your child broccoli and bananas its whole life, it's gonna die, but that's malnutrition. That is a mental disorder that this mother has. That's not the vegan diet causing that, you absolute dill hole. So his logic is basically this argument that, oh, all vegans just eat Impossible burgers all day or something. Like, we all eat the same thing. And this diet this same thing we're eating does not have enough nutrients in them for us, which is just patently incorrect. It's just complete bullshit. So it was pretty funny. And the funnier thing is that his collage, a couple of the articles were the same article over and over again, right? So there weren't even enough articles about, and these articles were like obvious clickbait. You know, like the writers of these articles obviously wrote them so they would go viral because of how crazy the article is written. These people were not vegans. They had a eating disorder. It's a mental health problem, just like bodybuilding is an eating disorder. It's disordered eating. It's not the natural way we were supposed to be. So anyway, not that nature has anything to do with that, but we're not going to go into that either. So he couldn't even find more than 5 examples, and they were bad examples because these weren't children dying eating a proper vegan diet. They were children being malnourished. And the funny thing is that the diet he promotes kills millions of children around the world every year. So I don't understand what the point this guy's trying to say with his handful of cherry-picked, badly written articles, not studies, not like court, like they were literally like in the articles. It's all, the baby ate apples and mangoes and avocados and that's it. And it's like, okay, well, not even that much, but it was like avocados and broccoli or something. And it was like a baby, or they were just feeding it soy milk until it was like 5 years old, you know, like stuff like that, where it's like, no, that's a eating disorder, you absolute fucking moron. That's not the vegan diet. The vegan diet is the most nutritious diet, most our body is adapted for the most. So the fact that you're going to shit on vegans when millions of children die of obesity and food-related illnesses from eating shit, the garbage diet that you're promoting, it's a little bit funny and hypocritical. But this guy's in his Telegram, right? So he's got all his yes guys around him, and he's allowed to say stupid, fucking illogical, patently false statements, and everyone just strokes him off because they're all a part of the Joe Rogan cult. They're all a part of, they've been brainwashed by marketers to think that we need to eat all this meat and all this protein because the meat and dairy industry's been taking a hit in the last decade. So they got to pay dickheads like this guy and like Rogan and all these influencers to promote the hyper meat diet. Eat twice as much meat to make up for all those vegans not eating meat. That's what the meat and dairy industry wants you to do. And you're a good little marketing slave. You went off and did it. And, you know, this whole physique he has, it says so much about him. Like, it's unbelievable that this guy claims natural all day, natural this, natural that. And it's like, bro, your entire image is fake. You have fake teeth. You have a fake physique. You have fake colored hair. You have plastic surgery. Your girlfriend is a plastic surgery disaster. And you're going to talk about, oh, this isn't the natural diet we're supposed to have. As if nature is correct all the time. Unbelievable. Jake Lee, you come in here and say like button smashed all the time. I watch the like button. You never hit the like button. You always come in and say like button smashed, but you never do.
I think as well, part of what Chris was, I mean, he's within the freedom community and he's dropping some data that I think is dangerous. One, he talked about the history of when people started to become vegans, and he quoted 2 very different dates. One was like 1952, and then another one was like 1960 something.
He's obviously never heard of Pythagoras.
And with that, he said that this has come something about it at the dawn of the supplement. Now, I might be wrong on that one, but like I have it in my head, something about the dawn of the supplement industry.
Because I had never heard that before. He's all, oh, vegans popped up the moment the supplement industry was invented. And I was like, wait a minute. I'm just going to straight up ask Google AI this question because it'll give me something. It'll give me something, some dumb article, some carnivore dill hole wrote. There's nothing. He completely fabricated that. And so vegans have been fully supporting the entire supplement industry this whole time, and it hasn't been meat and dairy eaters. Like, unbelievably stupid statement.
If that was the
holy
case,
crap, we're 1% of the population.
Right.
We're 1% of the population. How could we be supporting the entire supplement industry?
And the one they're probably going for.
Where are all those supplements going then?
B's or D's. But the other thing too, so there's that. I have 3 points. One would be that I just made. The second is there were some within the group that put facts and they're like, dude, you can't call vegans killers like with one paintbrush. This is illogical. And he just spewed out on them. The minute anyone said something logical, vomit of Chris's vomit came out. And it's like,
on his Telegram page, it says no hate speech.
Right. And he's the giver
like literally
of
being like psychopathically racist towards vegans.
Yeah, if he applied that to himself, he'd be long banned on his own Telegram channel. And
if he talks about vegans like that, can you imagine how he thinks in his head about other people?
There's a lot of hate, like deep-rooted volcanic eruption, seething, hot lava hate.
Yeah. And there's just I come across these guys all the time, but this dude is really like, he's pretty unhinged about it.
There's no room for any, sharing, prove me. And it was just this like caloric intake, prove me. No one's stepping up. And yet how many people have been banned? How many people had attempted? And he just went, bleh. The other thing too,
won't actually engage in anything.
Right. Within the freedom community, so they're already primed, is basically he's seeding this notion that the veganism has only come about because it's a WEF platform with Klaus Schwab, yet they're having their meat and potatoes.
He's scared of Klaus Schwab, an adult man who's scared of Klaus Schwab. Interesting.
So there's just some false narratives in there, and it's just, have your argument, but just make it a fair one and a truthful one. And, it's a bit of a bully on your own channel when he hogs it, which is fair. He can do what he wants on his own channel. That's fine. But don't play all when really you're just not giving any opportunity for facts to come forward.
Yeah, I would utterly, wimpy ass protein deficient vegan would destroy Chris Sky in any physical or intellectual challenge any day of the week. So Chris, come on down here. Since you got all this money, you should be able to beat a vegan's ass, especially an old crouchy vegan who just has a shitty podcast.
He can't. He's banned from the US.
Oh, I don't shit. He can make it happen. He's got money. Come on, prove us all wrong. You're younger than me. You're buffer than me. He probably weighs the same as me since he's 5 feet tall. But I would choke the shit out of this guy. It'd be hilarious.
I don't personally
not the right way of dealing with things, but
I don't care what size.
He won't ever face me to debate, I'm sure.
I don't care what size he is, his aesthetic, all that, how he wraps himself up for the party. What is concerning to me is the visceral hate. Like we talked about the shadow work at the top of the show. And it's like, dude, you need to do some shadow work. Like, what are you hiding from, Chris? In yourself, in your life, in your family, in whatever. And it's just a projection out, and it's classic.
So I don't even think you've seen this video.
No, I don't know what you have coming.
This video came out, and this was kind of like the nail in the coffin for Chris Sky in like the truther community in the USA, kind of, because this got out and everybody was like, whoa. So it's pretty common knowledge. Like, I don't know, in my researches, it's come up many times that Chris does, he abuses drugs. And this, I think, is a pretty good piece of evidence for that. It's really bad quality because it's from like from back then, and I think someone filmed it on a potato, but it's pretty interesting.
Okay, I'll tell you, I had about fucking nothing. Honestly, I was going to give a really nice speech, and then I show up here and I realize, honest, you guys, they say when you have nothing nice to say, don't say nothing at all. Well, I got nothing nice to say, but I got a whole lot to say anyway.
So keep in mind there are babies and children all through this crowd. Grandmas, old ladies. I mostly see old ladies here. And I guess he had told his community to show up for some event for him. And they all showed up, and this happened.
I don't know what the fuck you people think this is. This is a war against your fucking children. They are coming to inject them with a poison. They are taking your jobs. They're taking your houses. And how do you respond? You spend 1 or 2 hours a week freedom fighting by coming and listening to a fucking bad play? Are you guys fucking kidding me? Are you guys kidding me? This is what it means to freedom fight for you. To come and listen to a stupid band and sing and dance while the organizers are more worried about getting you on a fucking march than getting you to actually do something for yourself. Fucking pathetic.
The march is going to do
Each
something.
and every one of you should be absolutely ashamed of yourselves. You're walking around like this is a party, like this is a joke, like you're supposed to be here having fun. Right. It's not fun. They are killing people, including your own friends and family. And you guys are making jokes, playing fucking music? Honestly, I thought I was coming out here to talk to a group of people that had enough of what's going on. People that were ready to fight. And I come here and see a bunch of fucking pathetic children singing and dancing and having a good time. Like it's a goddamn party. Honestly,
can you stop it for a sec?
Deserve this shit right here. Not even deserve any of this work.
It's not even halfway over yet.
All right, I need to say this as a Canadian. This is so anti-Canadian. You have no idea. This is totally against our culture, even if it's a freedom rally. As you see, like even I'm just shell-shocked. This is like to have those kids, to have this. You can see this person looks like in a wheelchair,
screaming bloody murder, like coked out.
I mean,
coke
is that
rage,
what
basically.
this is? Is he on drugs? Because this is insane.
That's what I've heard.
Oh my god.
I mean, he could just be low carb because of all of his steroids and he's just roid raging. But this seems like cocaine or meth or Adderall, too much Adderall, something bad.
I'm just
shocked. This is the funniest part. I forgot. This guy is a anti-pharmaceutical activist, yet he's a complete pharmaceutical junkie with his steroids and what other fucking drugs he's doing. Like, how is that anti-pharma when you're juiced to the gills with testosterone and DECA and HGH and Tren, all of these pharmaceutical drugs, and then you abuse recreational drugs, which you're sure body autonomy, you're allowed to do whatever yourself to want, but then you're gonna go be a big pharma activist. What?
I'm already still way back at the point where there are old people and children, and like read the room. These people. Yes. This is no doubt. I don't see any masks or whatnot, but let's just assume it's near the time of Jabville and COVID. So we're somewhere probably 2020 or whatever it is, 2020, whatever it is, 2021. Like,
No,
I
could see where he almost like I could see he wanted to do some sort of kind of forced shadow work thing where he's like, you guys got to do better than this, you know. But since he's on drugs, he took it way too far, and he wasn't able to control himself in the least bit. You see him wiggling around the stage, crying, screaming bloody murder at children, calling people children that are children, like. And this is only 2 minutes in.
You know, there's one thing on your Telegram or whatever social media account, like spewing out because it's your account and, you know, it's that person's house and domain and they can do what they want. In theory, I mean, if people want to be abused, then stay on his channel. But like, if he's yelling at them and stuff. But this is on a whole, I mean,
saying
I might read
vegans
this.
are emotional. Holy shit.
That's actually a brilliant point. I think that's like classic. Where's this anger?
Like, I've never seen a vegan do this.
No, this is
yelling at the mic, like wiggling around a stage, throwing his glasses on the ground like a crazy person.
And then he ran for Toronto mayor after this at some point. Like, holy hell.
Yeah, no wonder he lost. This guy's got to be a giant fucking laughing stock and embarrassment to the Canadian country.
I still want to know the trauma that's being instilled in those kids who don't understand what's going on. Like, I mean, dude, you're going to have to.
Who is this juiced out, roided out, plastic surgery disaster who's 4 feet tall, fucking jumping up and down? Wow, dude. Well, let's finish this.
Guys, none of you deserve my team to be here and the dedication. We've driven 67 hours to get here. We've taken multiple
dedication
to get a very important message up. And you people are more worried
he
about
can't even like form a
sentence
and
patting each
like
other on the back for not doing anything. That says me. What the fuck have you done, buddy? What have you done? Step up here. You're such a big man. Where are you?
He's gonna fight this guy in front of children. Yeah. He's fighting his own followers. These are people that showed up for him.
Yes, you need to be lambasted because you're fucking making a joke while they're coming to kill your children. You guys are infighting between organizers, worrying about who's going to get the credit for throwing on an event. Who wants the credit for an event like this? It's a joke.
Bro, you want the credit. You obviously want all the attention.
I hope you're upset. I hope I'm offending you. I'm more offended than all of you. Every single one of you. And where's your big mouth now? You talking the game. What the fuck have you done? What have you done? Come here.
He's like knocking all the things over.
They need to pull his mic.
Yeah.
Here's the truth of love. Love and truth are real.
He's all, come up here and talk. He went to try and talk, and he pulled the mic away. Cokehead. Cokehead. That guy's all, what are you talking about? Yeah, get the mic from him.
So I imagine that I came here and everybody's singing and dancing. Ladies and gentlemen,
is that the organizer?
You need to go home. I already know what you're going to do. You're going to finish off over here. You're going to fucking go home. You're going to tell yourselves whatever you need to tell yourself. And by tomorrow, you're going to be putting your mask back on and going about your business.
Wow. Children all over the place.
I don't care about what they did to me. It's not a
psycho. Absolute psycho.
Holy shit.
I can't believe you haven't seen that.
He's not exactly a person I want to go look up. You know, I've seen his feed and it's just already, it's insane. You know, that is one, it's not Canadian. And you can still be a shit disturber and an anarchist and all of that, but not like that, dude. What the hell?
Yeah.
That's just pure ego rage. That's just dragon ego rage. And probably whatever drugs.
Explain why that everyone should why that him and his team did so much more than everyone. He's all, we've driven 67 miles. Like, he like couldn't come up with anything. He's all, we drove here to tell you important things. Like, what do these people don't know? What new information are you bringing, you absolute dill hole? You tumbling dill hole. With more predictions of obvious things that are going to happen.
You know, it's interesting because we're gonna get the reaction from you as a guy and me as a woman, and it's just like I think we're probably picking up on slightly different things as well. Like as a human being, what the fuck? Like, what the holy hell is going on here, and how are people following this? You know, are you showing the clip about him and the dude pushing the Mexican visa stuff or whatever in like 5 days? You can have it.
Oh.
That was a good one. Like they were sitting there in some like shitty ass place somewhere, and this other guy that sounded like Igor and him were pitching, we can get it for you in 5 days. Like, how is this believable? And like I'm in touch with people who legitimately get people residence, like or like go to the immigration office, and I checked in with a professional group and they're like, scam. So it's like maybe they're gonna get it, but in the little computer, if they think that Mexico is that far behind and that this shit cannot be tracked and traced,
they're insane.
They're actually ahead of the game in Mexico in terms of like IDs and, you know, scans and shit like that. Like if I were Chris, I would just guess, like, I don't think it's such a safe place for him, because if he pisses the cartel off over there, like he pisses the off, he's going to be roadkill. Like what the whole, like, you know, I'm just confused by this guy.
Yeah.
Sorry, like seeing the old people and the kids, that's a trigger to me. You don't do that. Like that of all of this stuff is the it's just too far.
You have to be if you move south of the border, you have to be so humble or else you'll get railroaded. You can't do this kind of stuff. I'm
literally sniffing Roman chamomile, which diffuses anger. Literally, it takes the edge of anger off, because like no way. So yeah, I mean, it's just substantive claims that don't make any sense, bear no validity. He's a bully on his own Telegram group, blocking people who wanted to try to say, here's the information. Blocked, couldn't do it. Haha, I knew they couldn't say anything. And yet this guy is unhinged. I mean,
he is quite unhinged.
And then the crypto thing as well. And by the way, the crypto thing, it's a minimum of $100,000 in order to engage in his little crypto thing that you can email him at right now. 100 grand.
Way.
The minimum is 100 grand, nothing below. So if people want that monopoly money to go, you know, and he's saying it'll be like tenfold or something in 6 weeks or something like that, I think it was.
How? I don't understand.
I think you'd have that video. If you could pull that, it's in the feed, the messages, I think, to you. If you go up, like, that's where I sent it. And,
no, I just downloaded it onto my computer. I'm just trying to find it. You talking about the you talk about the crypto one. I was trying to.
Well, no. I was trying. No, there's a couple. Like, you know, this is like, which scam? Like, pick a lane. You've got the crypto one that's all legit and it's a bull market, and I'm telling you, and it's like 100 grand. And then you have
evening, everyone.
Perfect.
Oh, this is in Mexico. This
Playa del Carmen.
Friend who is helping him, who's obviously his liaison, maybe, with this crypto scam. Not the crypto.
Well, this one is the passport. This is the
scam.
Residency. This one is residency.
Yeah, the residency scam.
Good day, evening, everyone.
What's going on, everybody? We are still here in Mexico. We are making our dream life. And if you've been sitting there thinking, maybe I should go to Mexico, you're not alone. There are over 1.6 million Americans who have made the move here, and since the pandemic, 110,000 Canadians have made the move here. And what kind of people are coming here? It's the people with the financial means, it's the people with knowledge of economics, and it's the people with foresight to see that things aren't going to get any better in Canada and the US.
Exactly. And families.
So go to Mexico where you're disarmed, you're at the will of their government, which is a cartel.
Yeah, if you watch, I think this is like an auto cue script, because the other guy, Igor, whatever his name is, who's talking now, like he's like, as Chris is, I think, reading the prompt, he's like mouthing a bit. It's
because he's ESL. It's his second language, so he's trying to read it. They're using the same software Will and Logan use with their freaking their scam machine they're selling.
Digital nomads, investors, online marketers, and people from all over the world are moving to Mexico. In 2023 alone, people invested $35 billion in Mexico, especially in Quintana Roo province, which is Playa, Tulum, and Cancun. If the rich are moving to Mexico, what the f are you still doing in your country? Me and Chris can help you obtain Mexican residency in literally 5 business days, which allows you to open bank account offshore.
The same fucking scam Jeff Berwick did 15 fucking years ago, 10 years ago, that Chris has talked shit about Berwick publicly about. Chris goes, oh, Jeff Berwick's gay. Jeff Berwick scammed people for passports, and Jeff Berwick, what's the other thing? Oh, crypto scam. The 3 things this guy's doing: gay, crypto scam, and passport, fast track passport to Mexico. Literally the same things.
Wow. So here's the thing, just if anybody's watching this and they're like, well, how do I know? So if you wish to get a temporary or permanent residency in Mexico, you actually go to the consulate in your home country, the States, UK, Canada, wherever. And that can take months to get an appointment. That's if you have all the criteria and the financial threshold in order to get it. Then when you get the appointment, you're rubber stamped, and you have 6 months to go to Mexico and activate that. And you have to activate it in the immigration office, which is then a whole other thing, and more forms and everything else. So this 5 days, what are those little kids? Remember the cake and bake? Those little kids like pretend kitchens. This is a pretend immigration kitchen here, where they're putting a little cake in there and pretending that a real cake is going to come out. And it may, but it's going to be linked to the risk that at any time you could get a knock at the door with the Mexican authorities. Like, is it worth it?
Nope.
What the hell?
You think Chris is going to hire a lawyer for you to get out of jail when you're in Mexico?
I wonder what these business cards say behind them. The 1, 2, 3 different, and he's in a gamer chair. He doesn't even put a shirt on for this business message, and they're both reading the script for one another. And when he went 35, and then there was a pause, and he and this Igor guy at the same time go billion, because they're both reading the script. It's like, holy hell. And they're all like, Chris, you're such a good dude. You're just like, you've done so much. And it's just like, again, he comes after the women and the children, the elderly, and now he's coming after the financially vulnerable, because they can't reach the threshold to go through the hoops, the legal hoops. Yeah. And they're going to put themselves. So whether or not you get scammed financially, you're going to Mexico to be safe, and you're actually not safe with this stuff. But hey,
no,
I'm just
safe in Mexico.
What?
You aren't safe anywhere. Nor are you yikes. Wild.
Reduce your taxes to 0. Escape the matrix and
you still have to pay taxes in your country when you expatriate.
And in Mexico, depending on what you do. So there, it depends on whether or not you get a visa. And so are they going to give people a working, because you need to get certain documents in order to work there, not just so that's more like money. Oh, you want to work here too? Well, that's going to cost more money. Let me just,
and then and then gringos can't own land there. It's just a lease.
It's within I think it's within a specific period of, like, I'm no expert in that, but I think within a beach coastline or something. But like, this is all shades of risky.
Yeah, that might be true. Because I'm thinking of Baja. In Baja, you own, if you buy a property down there, you own it for 100 years, which is you use it, and then your children use it, and then they don't own it anymore.
I mean, the property market is huge for people to own in Mexico, so they can definitely own. But there's a no-go area that only Mexicans can. And then you get into the passports. I mean, the passport is something that you actually have to prove that you've been in Mexico residing for, like, I think it's 2 years, and then there's a cultural test.
Know Spanish.
And a language test that you have to meet in order to
know Mexican history.
Yeah, in order to get this passport. So, like, when you're stopped with this passport and you no entienda nada, it's a little bit of a red herring, oh my God.
You enjoy a life worth having and live your life on your own terms.
Gain financial independence, secure your family's future, and live life on your own terms.
Gotta watch Mark Passio videos or something with all the cussing.
Exactly. We invite you to join us. Hope you have a great evening. Peace.
Could you imagine cosplaying what's his name? Like what these guys are doing?
But
Andrew Tate. They're literally cosplaying Andrew Tate. Like, that's so embarrassing.
Wow. But also to be publicly saying avoid taxes. So he actually still has property in Canada. So, like, they could put a lien or whatever the term would be on his property if he's found out to be in some tax evasion situation. And I can't imagine, given all of his arrests and everything else, he's not under the scrutiny of the Canadian Revenue Agency, the CRA. Like, I mean, he's very brazen. But
and no message behind it. No message of like, let's all change the community so our community isn't so, like all these.
He just needs to hate,
like, to abandon your home country. I mean, I get it. That's like, I'm not a patriotic person or anything like that, but just to be like, oh, fuck this place, peace. It's like they call that what's it called? The big word for it. My brain is gone today. Treason. You're treason when you do that. But yeah, it's not a solution to run to Mexico. It's not a solution for anything. It's not a solution for COVID. It's not a solution to the government government overreach. None of these things. Running away and going and hiding on a farm somewhere is not going to change the world in the least bit. It's not helping. You're just being complacent. And you're not being an activist.
But he's not running away.
Telling people to go hide. You're a coward activist. If you're just an activist who tells people to go hide and not actually to try and change the world or change your community that you grew up in, or change your family or your friend group or anything like that, where the places that we have the most influence. You don't want to do anything like that. You just want to run away to Mexico and claim that you're going to live in paradise down there. Sure, these guys might with their millions of dollars, but most people who want to, people of all economic situations want to, will get caught up in these ideas of leaving their country. But it's not a very good idea.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and I've been an expat. Expats are like very fearful people. You'd be surprised in most countries. The white people are obnoxious. Holy shit. They're just the last people who you would have thought left their country, their country. They're people that, I mean, I know I'm generalizing, But in Nicaragua, the expats were absolutely obnoxious. They were in fear of all the Nicaraguans. It's like, why the fuck did you move here? Unbelievable.
You know, it's
And
not
guess
like
what? They're not going to let you be a activist down there. They're not going to let you talk all this shit when you go to Mexico.
you know, I wonder if he actually got his in a legitimate or an illegitimate fashion. Like, did he go through the normal process, but then everybody else, well, let me put you through this back door, which is essentially what it is, you know? And I feel for people who are buying into this stuff, and it is a cult. It's this cult, this freedom cult, driven by you've witnessed a number of them, and this is just the latest one. And you got to look at the
driven by
sign.
money.
Yeah, like, well,
Money
their
and ego.
status, whatever status is, they can generally fund themselves. Not everyone. I think what's your other guy that is living on someone else's property right now? What's his
Adam?
The one
Adam
who
Kokesh?
you spoke
And
about
also
him.
DirectD, I think. DirectD.
Oh, but the one who's in, where is it? In somewhere in Arizona on your buddy's property.
Yeah, I know a bunch of guys that are it's probably Adam Kokesh.
Okay.
He's got like an earth farm on someone's property. I know like most of the activists that I know that have some sort of a name that live in Arizona are living on someone else's property.
Well, the guy that was on the show, you featured him on the show last week, and he was
DirectD.
He was talking about like the people hating on him and how he's been a freedom activist for ages. He's friends with Jeff Berwick. You had him last week showing him.
Did I?
Not on the show, showing him and like going through it.
I wonder who that was. I can't even think.
It was just last week.
And give me a little bit more about it.
Well, he was, and then apparently, like you knew the person who would actually. He was like, "This is such a great investment," and the person who went and bought it, and then he moved into their property.
Oh, Justin Pedini. Okay, yeah, Larkin Rose and Justin Pedini.
Larkin Rose.
Yeah, so that's even 5 activists I know that are staying on properties that they don't own. That's absolutely hysterical.
Sorry if I gave any private information there, but it was the Larkin Rose person.
No. That's hilarious. DirectD, Paul Enslaved, Adam Kokesh, and that guy. They all live in Arizona on someone else's property. That's hilarious. And it's the whole thing. Everyone, they're obsessed with money. They think, oh, I have a little bit of a talent. Therefore, I'm going to make all these people pay for my life. I'm not even going to try and take care of myself. I'm just going to beg. And that's just pathetic bullshit to me. Begging because you're supposed to do activism because it's in your fucking heart, not because you get paid.
But
these Larkin Roses.
At what point? I mean, they choose this path for, there's a difference between the truth movement and the freedom movement, and both have many shades of gray, which your next person another person tonight you'll talk about is another one in the truth movement. But like, what is it that makes them switch? Because this narcissism or the sociopathic stuff, whatever shade of personality disorder, it seems to get fueled by other people's.
It's a small community, so it's easy to get popular within it. And I just don't know, like people, and I don't know. It's very strange.
It's
but it is an odd, like the movement does collect a lot of straight up criminals, because people in the liberty movement and the truth movement, we don't like laws that much. But that doesn't mean we don't like laws of you being a fucking scumbag piece of shit. Right. That means we don't like victimless crimes. And
it's because natural law and karma is a thing, like you've got that principle where it's not going to end well for you if you abuse people like this through lying and through scamming and whatever else. But I would also firmly believe that these people actually believe their own stuff inherently. I don't know. They buy their own stuff if they could.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they well, you know, just money intoxicates, man. They just, you know, it's the same thing with Mark and the network. You know, it's like he's compromised by allowing people to pay him to have him vouch for them. And therefore now we have all these, you know, like we have this, it could have been the best network, period.
Yeah.
Best network out of the truth movement.
Yeah.
And it's pathetic, you know.
Sorry.
Like Benny Wills, Will Keller, like these are the big guys. I mean, no offense to Benny, but like, good Lord, the content is garbage.
Well, I see that as another cult, the cult of Will. And you can say the last name. Like, you know, I don't like to necessarily. It is, because everybody is afraid to stand up. And then it's this Me Too abusive platform, which, I mean, I as a student of experience
supports him.
What?
Like he'd have views and shit, but they don't even support him, but they like vouch. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, you know, like Mark Passer doesn't get involved in any of this. And on the one hand, I understand it, because he puts his information out. He's not interested in being a cult leader or put at the top of anything. He's not interested in that. He's like, I hate you people. Like, there's the information, go do some work. But then unfortunately it is a brand. And you know, the one where I've switched topics, we can talk to it later. I got triggered.
No, we're done with that topic anyway. Chris.
Oh, we are.
So
okay.
We're on to other stuff.
All right. So like at the end of the day, it's still a halo of the brand. And okay. Is this a segue into Will? Or is that another time?
I don't know. Yeah, no, that's the other thing. I forgot to put it up there. Yeah, we got to talk about your post in Gilded.
Yeah.
And that whole thing, because we only talked about it once and a lot's happened since then. And we got a lot of responses from people.
Mm-hmm.
Which
I saw the responses from the 3 individuals that I posted truth about, and then they just slap talk. Like, I mean, oh my God, on another planet. I didn't look at anybody else's. I've had a full.
Those are the only ones I saw. And it was some pretty predictable.
Well, one, Will said you have daddy issues and I'm not your daddy. Like, you want to be a sexist pig? Like, what? You follow natural law and you have a person. I'm probably old enough to be his freaking mother. I don't know what age he is, but like, what the holy hell? And like, I don't want to be your daddy. I'm not. What would you talk? Would he?
Well, for one, you weren't asking him to do anything for you. You weren't asking him to defend you.
No, I was asking him
to do his job and to control out of hand people in the class. And you were fucking as calm. You were calmer than I could have ever been.
Yeah.
You were calm and concise. You pointed out, you did a beautiful example of forced shadow work.
Thank you.
You're like, hey, bro, you're fucking up. Except in the nicest way. You said, you're fucking up. And this group kind of needs to acknowledge it, because he needs to acknowledge this.
Yeah.
And the response from the master practitioners of shadow work was, shut up, Alicia. You're on Team Jeffrey. Fuck you.
Well, yeah, there was that association for sure. I was like,
well, why else would they have said that? Why else would they have said anything if not back you up? If it wasn't because you've been on my show a couple times.
Like, one is already on the one. So he basically like, you can tell me, but he's, for all intents, my thing was about Mark's technical course on the chat that came after class. Now, just so everybody is aware, right before Mark says, good night, God bless, not quite like that, please respect one another and don't speak. So Will,
and he's left
just-
moderators to represent
ran
him.
that in nauseum last week,
Yeah.
verbatim, to try to assist the shadow work again. I'm sorry. Now I'm raising because just his reaction. And if he gets off on this shit, like, what a gross pig. I mean, because this is about trying to create a safe space as they go into the 2025 session that people are actively signing up for to start in January.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, you watch somebody who, to their credit, has remained quiet, hopefully working on their shadow work. So credit to that individual. You know, I don't think they've said anything, and if they have, I'll retract this. But like, so far so good, and I appreciate that, and it seemed to help.
I've seen
now
him
to
be
the moderators,
good behavior ever since then.
which is
Shadow work works, people.
It does.
Shadow work works.
It does work.
Shadow work works.
But this has like fumigated out the toxicity within this group, and it's in the leadership, who then get their knickers in a twist because they've been called out for not doing anything. Then the other guy who's got the master's in psychology, that we have it on the recording, acted like a de facto moderator and then said, do I even know who you are? Do I even know who you are?
Yeah, he's been on the show. Yes, he was on the show and talked to Allie. Yes, he's been on the show. Yes, we know who you are. Yes, you know who we are. Like,
So,
what are you talking about? That's the first thing out of your mouth.
This is, I'll just
When
say,
it's like,
because
bro.
it's like, we named it last week. So now it's Dustin, who's on the One Great Network, just trying to like,
I wanted to clear something up. So I said that he was a moderator, which I don't know why. For some reason, I thought he was.
Because he acted like it.
They really wanted to focus on that. They really wanted to focus on that one thing that I got wrong.
That's all they thought they had.
But it doesn't mean anything.
No.
Nor does Will Keller it matter if that drama started somewhere else, because Alicia and fucking Darren met each other in the fucking class. Like, it was just a parade of excuses when both of those guys could have just went all, oh shit, my bad. Yeah, I wasn't really on it that day. I'll try. You know, that was pretty out of hand. Darren was pretty.
But he was there.
Definitely behavior that Mark doesn't want in there. And sorry, I missed it, Alicia. But no, since you've been on the show over here, they treated you like you were me. They wanted to let it out, just like they focused on Allie too. They want to let out their anger for what I've said on this show on YouTube, because they're too much of pussies to fucking come here and face me. This is an open show. It's been open the whole time. And these cowards still hide. And they attack the females that are on my show like fucking cowards.
In a sexist manner. Like, I could find that damn thing.
In a very gross way.
I should find that thing and read it.
Dustin told you to basically shut up. And Will told you, I'm not your daddy.
Well, if we go in the pecking order here, so we had Will. Will said, yeah, like, I sent you the message. We posted it to our private group. It's like, like, he should be ashamed of himself wherever it was.
Oh yeah, no, I'll read it. I'll read it. Do you want to read yours first?
I don't have, like, I gotta
I have it. I'll read it.
Go for
I might get a little dry. My voice is going out, but if I just stop yelling, my voice will last. But Allie's not here to. Allie's in LA. She's not here to tell me to. She always signals to me to stop yelling. Okay. So here it is. I got it. So this is you. After very unprofessional behavior by the moderators in Mark Passio's group, his tech class, which is a paid for class that everyone who's in that class is allowed to chat after the tech class, and there are moderators there. And obviously in a that's a very professional setting for these moderators. They definitely need to do their fucking job to make sure that Mark doesn't lose money and lose people because of assholes in the chat. So, as we've observed during the class, I've been reported to many times by people in the class of obnoxious behavior in the chat and in the chats around it. And we've done a couple things about it. We silenced the Sotos, who were just spewing just like these people aren't even on a level where they should even be fucking with Mark Passio, you know? What does Mark Passio call it? He says it's bullshit intellectual curiosity that they have in Mark. They don't actually want to do, and that's another thing. Like I was looking through Mark's Facebook, and in his friends list is all these people I know that don't fucking talk about natural law, follow natural law, anything like that. They just want to be buddies with Mark Passio on Facebook. It's all a social scene to these guys, you know, like.
Yeah, they don't.
All they want to do is socialize and climb this ladder.
Yeah.
And the Will Kellers and the Dustin Plattners that put themselves out there.
And
then
Jerry pulled some shit too. Jerry did, and who teaches about natural law with kids with Dustin, the masters in psychology. Pause for a second. These people are teaching about healthy.
So if a little boy ran up to a little girl and hit her, and the girl went to Dustin would be all, "Shut up, bitch."
Do I even know who you are? Like, did this even happen?
Yeah. Who are you, little girl? Why would I care that boy hit you?
I didn't see anything happen.
Insane, bro.
Planet denial is where he has landed his spaceship. It's unbelievable. And then Jerry, so yeah, he did that one, which I have the receipts. I can show, like, hey, dude, we were talking and you just spent like all that time listening to the Dustin Alicia interaction, which I was no slag to Darren. We're past all of that. Credit to him so far. But like, you know, no, but they just, and they're like, oh, go away. And this is actually the core of the work that Mark is teaching. In fact, his seminar to come up in the future in November 22nd, is on shadow work. Like, this is it. Yeah. But no, we're here.
That's all that matters. That's why I go to the Europa Law show every week, and I go in the chat and I'm like, why aren't you guys talking about fucking shadow work? Like, hello.
No, they're in a hut.
What it's all about. And
they're in a hut in
Tulum. Had like 10 episodes before he even uttered the word natural law or shadow work. And it's like, how have you guys not know? No. Instead of making little groups and chat groups and podcasts, you need to be at home alone doing shadow work.
Yeah.
Like,
and then
like if you're right out of Mark's class, one of Mark's classes, if you're fresh out of Mark's classes, that's the main thing you should be doing, not podcasting, trying to teach this shit. Because then you have people like Will Keller, who doesn't know jack shit about natural law or shadow work, preaching to people as if he does know, because he's just on the coattails of Mark, kissing his ass, doing anything he'll do so Mark will utter his name. Mark has let people.
This is damaging to Mark's brand. Like, even though Mark doesn't give a shit what people do, he should. When the head of his one great network is Will. Like,
he's complaining because it's been a failure, but he's been asleep at the wheel the whole time.
You're gonna lose good people when they see that toxicity reigns. Like, I mean, so when people don't practice natural law in all manners, of course you're going to lose good people. They're going to go somewhere else, because even when you do have the courage to speak up, you are further abused. I woke up one day, she was on shrooms that night. I know from a source who was talking to her. So she was high on shrooms, then decided to, like, you know, say that I'm a demon.
When she's on shrooms.
What?
It's pretty obvious when she's on shrooms.
But yeah. So like, then I woke up to a message that I was a demon and I was being cursed along with like 5 other people. And finally on this Gilded thing whenever it was, a week or whatever ago, I'm like, what are you? She goes, but you were hating on vegans. And I know now and that's good that you've evolved. And it's like, I look back at whatever I would have done. If anything, I posted a book about a hunter that became a vegetarian.
Yeah.
Like, and I didn't even originate it.
Several people have accused you of doing something you haven't done.
Oh,
in this
it's and they
which is like whatever, you know, it's like
at the end
okay,
of the
but if someone's gonna, you
like
know,
how
I don't
is
know.
that? They're just
Yeah.
lowering the standards to shit. Like anyone associated with that, it's like
There are a bunch of
cyanide.
big sensitive egos in there
Just
that
say
just
whoops and
yeah,
do the work, make the
yeah,
change so that you can grow the base and not lose the base. But they don't care because it's the cult of Will Keller right now. And all the hanger-on posses, such as Dustin,
yeah,
so he can have his show, and Jerry probably wants hers, being high with a little, you know, helmet full of like mirrored shit, smoking, getting high, and doing everything else. And like, I mean, the girl needs to put her phone down and not do any recording when she's on shit, which seems to be all the time, a lot, daily. There we go.
yeah.
I'm just pissed off because what it does is it puts a message out and it takes time. It, like, you don't even reach all these people. And it's like, you know, I have this thing. It's called "There is no value that has that. There is no value in that which has no meaning." And all I'm going to do is just, you know, get my own personal information and not have any association because they're just not worth it. To be
Yeah.
fair, well, I don't know anything about that. So
No, well, to
Allie
be
is just
fair,
posting
Europe a Natural Law Group last episodes were about shadow work because I forced them to do it, because for several weeks in a row I was like, hey, you know, you guys haven't uttered the word shadow work on your show yet. But you know, yeah, they did a couple episodes, but
yeah.
it's more of a social thing anymore. Over there, it's no one's learning anything over there. It's just those guys learning how to talk on YouTube and kissing each other's asses, basically. But I haven't learned a single thing there, except for there was one kid. There's one kid on there that was pretty cool, had some interesting stuff to say. But you know, and it's like, you know, like Nemo, the guy's show, like his mom was in Crass. Crass was like an epic vegan punk rock band from like the 70s and the 80s, I guess 80s. And like he's never even done, like, you know, it's like no one wants to say the V word. No one wants to talk about animals over there. They don't want to talk about the theft of life from sentient beings. They don't want to talk about that because guess what? People won't watch it. Just like my show where we got 6 people watching all day. I don't really care for the large numbers. I've been doing some outreach recently, going to some normie channels and trying to throw some spit some knowledge, and it's been fun. And yeah, like outreach is what we need to be doing, not in reach. Collecting a bunch of people that know the same things we know and talking about them in a podcast is absolutely pointless. Like you're helping each other a little bit with your rhetoric, you know, you're learning some new arguments, but ultimately you got to go out there and talk to other people. You got to talk to your you got to talk to your friends and family who you have quite a bit of sway with. They'll listen to you more than some guy on Facebook.
What is Nemo? You got to go through Nemo a tiny bit, Ali has said. What does that mean, Nemo?
Nemo is the guy that runs the show at Europa Law. I think he's a former Mark Passio class guy. What did Ali say?
She's saying you got through to Nemo a tiny bit. I misread at the beginning.
Oh, yeah.
She's saying you got through. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I mostly go over there just to give them ideas because the show's so boring. Because they could, it's only an hour. I don't know. It's just like an hour-long show. He's not showing anything. He's not presenting anything. It's just the same guys kind of like talking about the same stuff every time, which is all right. But it's not great work. It's not even that good of work. And like I was saying earlier. So the other thing, okay. So the big thing about all these natural law guys and their constant content creation is there's this thing with content creating. You have to promote that content. Go out there and show it to people, or else no one's going to see it. And none of these dudes promote their shit. So they're not in it to teach. They're in it to have a body of content that they can point at and have an ego over. These guys, like I've been a social media marketer for big activists several times in my life. Rudowski, who's on Tim Pool's show, Adam Kokesh, who was pretty big back in the day but no longer relevant. Like, I've worked with these guys. I've had big channels. I've had access to big channels and to promote through big channels content. You can't just make a YouTube video and just walk away. What's the fucking point of making the video? YouTube is not going to show it to people. It's not going to show it to the people on your channel. You have to promote it. And none of these dudes promote their channels in the least bit. Not a single one of them.
Well,
I've looked at all the channels. They have all these networks and shit. All Logan and all those dudes. They have all these buddies and they have all these channels. Nobody promotes their content. There's no views on anyone's shit, yet they make video after video after video after video after video after video. And it's just like, bros, like I when I get done with the podcast, I go harass the world with those videos, you know?
So
like I go put them everywhere. And you have to do that at least. And you have to pay for advertising on Facebook is what you really need to do. But those dudes aren't even ready to hear anything like that. All they are into is making themselves be a podcaster or a guru, you know. And it was so funny the other day. One of them was on a podcast and he was like, I'm not a fucking guru, bro. Don't listen to me. And it's like, bro, you're cosplaying being a guru day after day after day after day after day after day. And then on top of it, these dudes are very unconfident when they talk on top of it. You know, I've yet to see someone very confident in the whole natural law scene. I've yet to see someone who's that confident speaking. Like they're plagiarizing Mark's shit, which I do sometimes too.
But he doesn't mind that.
And they're cussing because Mark has kind of made it okay to cuss. So they want to cosplay Mark by cussing all the time, which doesn't look good. Doesn't look great. It's another, know the room thing. Read the room. You know, you save it for when you really need it. You don't just cuss to cuss you're on a 5-minute podcast and you say fuck 7 times, bro. You look like shit. That's not a good presentation. These guys present themselves terribly. Logan Hart won't even put on a fucking shirt to do a podcast, you know, and it's like there's like shit all over his floor, you know, like, bros, you know, not that my shit is that great, but like I at least present myself and I put my content out and I do outreach. Outreach, people. Like we have to go talk to the normies, people. We can't just talk to other people that know this stuff.
But you do a great job. And I'm going to pause for a second to kind of highlight the work that you actually do. And you do a great job of helping to educate and reinforce what natural law is and it isn't. And it takes guts to not be, you know, the yes person all the time. So even when we did the review of the post-class discussion, which they just erupted over, it's just at the end of the day, be thankful for the value of the knowledge of how shitty the moderators are doing. Like they're not even helping guide what is right from wrong. How is that 2.5 hours of any benefit other than them hearing their own voices? Yeah, man. Good job, man. You called the cops, man. Yeah.
Oh, it is.
Like,
look in the comments of any of their videos. Oh, you're so amazing. This is such good stuff. No, it's not.
No, it's not. And so I need to say, like, this isn't fun to go and have these challenging moments, but I think Jeff found you. Oh, there's a fish. Nice one, Allie. And it's just like, so it's actually a service to assist the other people within the truth movement to kind of do better, push the bar.
Because Mark is trying to save the world, so he's not going to focus on any of these motherfuckers. He's going to let them do what the fuck ever.
That's fine.
Yeah,
that is his choice.
That's the compromise.
Like, no one's going to join the posse of one world, one great network if the frequency is toxicity and abuse and verbal harassment and sexism, that's not exactly a beacon. And so when Mark turns around and there's nobody effing there, figure it out. You know, this is why, because real people have tried to stand up in a way that is like, I'm more emphatic today, but it's because they can't get it into their heads, you know, how they're fucking up. Excuse my French.
So big over there.
And like the sexist thing from Will was just that just broke it. It's like, you're not even worth anything, Will. Like, go.
Let me read this. Let me read this.
Oh, you found it. Oh,
yeah, that was the preface. So this is Alicia at Mark Passio. I greatly value all that you do. Your level of tireless effort to bring the best is clear. Sometimes just when you turn your back in the after hours group, things go wayward. This is a public review of the shenanigans and poor moderation on the 12/2/30 after class of the HTB-TTM 2024 that I personally encountered as one example. The bravery and ball sacks to do this work needs to be commended, not hidden nor politically ostracized, I hope. This is simply shining a light on something just as you do. At all, everyone, I think. Everyone on Gilded has taken the course, everyone on Gilded has taken the course or is on the One Great Work Network. Does what I'm about to share reflect the standard of what Mark asked for the respect of? Geez, I cannot read today.
It's how is it my writing?
No, it might just be because it's how you write. It's not your writing is bad. It's just I can't read it as easy as I can read mine. But it's in here.
Gilded? Do you want me to?
You will at least tag team this thing because it's big.
Yeah.
Let me like it here. I just now it should pop up in your Telegram in mine.
All right, let me see here. Hold on just a tick. Oh, I just got high.
Wow.
Did you just send me something?
What's that? Oh, I think that the thing it's attached to. Click on the thing it's attached to.
Oh, okay. Here. Yeah. Okay. Oh,
there you
got it. Up. Oh, shit. I did right, didn't I? Okay. Coming.
It's huge. Holy shit.
Well,
it's like 10 seconds of scrolling.
Okay. Here, I'll find it. Yeah. Okay. So I'm catching at all.
I mean, you might be able to just skip the Jerry and Dustin and Will part since we kind of went through it. If you want,
everyone on Gilded
or whatever, you know,
Gilded is the private official group that Mark allows. So there's no private other groups. It's the only one. So anyone who's taken Mark's course over the last 7 years, whatever it is going to be on here, you know, pretty much. So I'm saying everyone on Gilded.
And there's a lot of a shocking amount of people who just hate Mark in there too.
Oh,
so
really?
It's like how I mean, people like the Sotos, you know, like people like those people that are in there like talking shit about him because he's vegan.
They could be plants.
Yeah, no, but like, why are these people still in the group? Where are the moderators? How come there are still people who trash talk Mark in his private group?
And that's another example where the moderator, aka Mr. Keller, the cult leader of all, didn't do anything again. So it's like, what the holy hell here, man?
Those photos, they were like super toxic and spreading like globalist bullshit on the channel. And like I as a moderator would at least be like, hey guys, here's a couple links of some like basics to like fucking freedom, you know, like sharing Charlie V links to everyone. Charlie V, a little billionaire globalist, like, so you're trying to get Lambos by taking Mark's class? Like, you want Lambos? I don't get it.
They posted some like YouTube video and I went in and that was the link. And I'm like, you're posting a video from a globalist. And they're like, oh, you're, who should read mine? Ellie says, I don't know if did you write something? I didn't see it. So I don't know. So I'm basically I didn't know she sent anything. I haven't been on Gilded. So I'm basically saying, does what I'm about to share reflect the standards, excuse me, that Mark asked for?
No, we didn't respond to this yet. We didn't respond to this yet. Allie didn't respond to this. I don't.
Okay.
Why would we?
Does this really follow natural law? Like, this is the natural law group, man. And I'm saying I'm merely posting this to try to help create change and foster a different moderation and support within Gilded and the after class discussion, none of which would be needed, of course, if students just exercised respect, sanity, and restraint. It goes without saying. And we know who the other person is, doesn't need to be named again. The other was Jerry, I'll skip this thing, but like, jumping to false conclusions about something that I posted. She's saying supporting meat eating. And it's like, I never posted
it. And then she allowed Darren to scream at you several times for things she did. It was her who moved in the space bullshit.
And she's like, my shit doesn't stink. I'm perfect. Well, okay. As you go off in the sleigh bell with Dustin, the master's in psychology, and go teach natural law of how to be a good human to children, like, shoot me now. This is just insane. Like, you need to learn this yourselves, people, before you start educating the vulnerable children. So there's that. And then, I'll skip all that. Then I'm saying to Will, as admin and moderator of the after class, like, someone felt it okay to speak about a situation that he encountered in the chat group. That was Dustin. However, when I addressed a diabolical lack of respect continuously displayed over weeks by a fellow student, again, so far so good, Satan came out of that individual. And yet they did nothing. I'm just saying it's Mark's. Anyways, I need to, like, it is. And then I went on to say, I challenge you, Dustin, to have a shadow review of your actions. And I stand by that. Mr. Do I even know who you are? You simpleton, you nobody, you whatever. Okay, dude.
Well, let's read his response after.
Oh, I'd have to find, again, I don't even want to touch Gilded anymore because it's just toxic. It's just a cyanide pill. Like, they're just killing it. They're killing it. And I said to Will,
Allie, can you telegram me those screenshots?
Yeah, Will's was precious. Oh my God. Like, that's the one.
I have Will's here. I just don't have Dustin's here. We're looking at Will's after this. So go ahead and.
Yeah, I just said, Will, I'm beyond words at this point, as you are seen as a key figurehead of Mark's platform. And I'm like, if he's watching this, yeah. All you do is bring out the broom, like, make it go away. Okay. And your hut in Tulum with your new age, like, you're the problem, people. No, you're the problem, Will. You're the problem. And the group needs better. And if you don't know how to follow natural law and be a good leader, then you should bugger off. Oh, yeah, I guess that's not good for your water system sales, which are overpriced and have been a topic of an episode by Jeffrey Pryor, because you can talk to that, because it's whatever of a, well, his water system, like, for $5,000 when you can get cheaper.
It's a $300 machine he's trying to sell to truthers as a $6,000 machine or something like that. Yeah, so it's a scammy, and his practices, his marketing tactics are very sketchy. He's telling people that they won't have to go to the hospital if they buy his machine, and they're going to save all this money that they would be spending on the hospital if they just buy this machine that's $6,000 that's actually $300 from China. You could order on Temu. You could order one of these machines for $300. His is extra better because it's from him.
I mean, what a joke. I mean,
the other thing, he claims it'll last 25 years.
Okay, where's he going to be in 25
Chinese product
years?
hasn't lasted 25 years yet, but somehow his Chinese product is.
Was it developed 25 years ago?
No, right. No.
He's going to be long disappeared.
It's a lie. It's an absolute deceptive. It's double speak. It's a lie. I was expecting a pretty bad marketing pitch from him, but I was appalled by how bad it was. Like, just the sketchiest multi-level marketing scheme tactics you've ever heard. Peer pressure, fucking doom and gloom, fucking bullshit. But anyway, go ahead.
I'm just skimming over that. You know what? There comes a point, and I just say here, the group moderators, I'm like, I'm just kind of jumping ahead, but the group moderators allow unacceptable behavior and double down and actually poo-poo the very one trying to do forced shadow work. We all need to support and get along, is what they say, like some new age Tulum, Mexico powwow. Oh my God. And
I'll say that all of them, all those dudes, Chris Jansen, Logan Hart, fucking all of those dudes. Oh, just don't tear each other down. We're just all doing the great work. No, you fucking aren't. You're cosplaying. You're faking. And that's not what Mark taught you. Like they all, like Mark said, they just all want to be a part of him. They just all have this weird intellectual like interest in him, but they don't actually understand anything enough to be able to put out content that's actually like will educate anyone. They just want to make videos for each other. But go, sorry.
No, it's okay. And I'm saying that unsuccessful effort then led to this, which is a permanent record of the shit show that it is, which is unfortunate because, when you talk
making things up.
Yeah,
we're not making things up. Sorry, I keep interrupting.
I mean, they try.
We're not just here making things up.
Oh, they're like, it's defamation. Truth is not defamation. People, you can't call defamation like it can't be. They're the ones who are actually defaming and re-victimizing the goddamn victims. So like, it's twisted. It's toxic. Did somebody put something in there or what?
Oh my God, Race. That's really fucking good.
What?
The one great lurk network. Because all they do is lurk around and watch my videos. They don't ever come up here. They're too scared to face me and just talk about it man to man.
So what I'm saying in here, which let it be on public record, because I said this, I said another reason why I'm sure, and I have respect for Mark, but like at some point, it's like, you got to clean your house, man. Like, this is ridiculous. And I'm saying another reason why I'm sure Mark just wants to crawl under a rock. Even his group leaders can't get their shit together. When I take a course, I shouldn't be subjected to abuse nor others, yet it's happening a lot. So if you want to sign up for the tech course, this is what lies ahead. Unless you don't partake, you don't ask questions, you're a fly on the wall, or maybe even you just get, if somebody records it, paid for, obviously. But like, it's not safe. It is not safe. And it's like, oh, Nishi, no, I'm not looking for protection. I'm standing up for my own. I'm actually activating what natural law is. I'm helping force shadow work. I'll take it on the chin too whenever it's necessary. But this is bullshit. And I don't know how this is a commercial enterprise at this point. It shouldn't be. It's not ready to be.
No, it's not. That's probably the problem the whole time.
Then I go on to say, lastly, please support the work of Jeffrey Phillips on VGT Live. They're on episode 44. And I'm saying that you guys are doing a very niche work of holding people's feet to the fire and educating on natural law and veganism, and show when others fail to do so. For all intents purposes, it's the real beacon that people should be striving to meet. I hope to see them on the One Great Network where they richly deserve to be, but of course you won't, because it's a popularity contest and you have to be toxic to engage on there. And you have to like see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil in order to be on it and continue to be on it. And you have to have this blind eye syndrome. Sorry if I'm getting too heated.
Too much trouble. I would cause too much trouble to be on that network. There's too many fakers. I couldn't stand it. I'd make videos about every single person up there, which I'm going to do.
And I go on to say, I'd like to thank
disappointing because it's disappointing because I would hope I would be scared to be on that network because there's so many fucking gangsters up there, like so many good content creators, like I know 10 dudes off the top of my head. Mark could clear out everyone, put these guys on there, and we'd be done. Like, that's it. Best network of all time. Like, things would be over with.
Quantity. It's quality, and it should be checked and make sure
it's not even that. It's pay to play. You're paying to get involved with the network. Like, I mean, obviously Mark has to think it's worth it at the end. But I mean, Benny Wills, Justin Padini, holy fuck, Larkin Rose. These dudes don't push natural law. I thought this was a natural law network, and none of these guys push natural law.
I do go on just kind of like the small print, which is in the same size. I say to Mark, your bravery is beyond measure. Like 17 years of this shit, right? Your shared knowledge is making a difference. The professionalism of the course is top tier, and I've always said that. I can't thank you enough. I look forward to the last few classes left. That said, at this point, I feel ostracized. I feel clearly unwelcome, and I don't even want to ask a question. But, you know, it's just reminder isn't the equivalent of shadow. What do you want to catch that comment? Reminder that talking about doing shadow work, right? It isn't the equivalent. Talking about it and doing it are two different things.
Yeah, but everyone loves talking about it.
Moral of the story.
And everybody's asked like they've already done it. I hear these dudes. They say, when I did shadow work, as if it's over with. They say it all the time. They're, oh, I did shadow work once. Like, what? No. Like, it's a lifelong thing, bro.
Yeah, and I'm just saying verbal abuse, defamation, and skipping away from harm caused to others is the last thing we need to be having focus on right now. The world is on fire. Students need to grow the F up. Let's deal with this and move on. But of course, when the cult leader says, then nothing's going to happen. So, you know, that's that. His response you have, which is just, he deletes himself of any validity, any stature, anything with his response, which was, it goes without saying, posted in anger and ego tripping very quickly after my post. Do you want to read that?
Yeah. So the truth is, Alicia, you brought your own drama from the outside platform into the class. A, completely irrelevant, bro. Sorry. That doesn't absolve you in any way whatsoever.
Distraction.
Alicia knows Darren because of the class. Darren has access to Alicia because of the class. If Alicia wasn't in the class, she wouldn't know Darren, and Darren wouldn't have been harassing her.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that she brought this up in class is kind of amazing because it's an opportunity to observe forced shadow work live.
Which
amazing, right?
For this episode, for those if it's just like I'm only watching this episode, Darren came on and he apologized.
Screaming bloody murder, cussing at you, calling you names.
Yeah. For
something you didn't do, for something Jerry did. Jerry's the one talking about space aliens and shit all the time, not you. I've never heard you say anything like that.
It's not in my
so
head.
He was wrong. He mistook you. He's so high or something that he mistook you for Jerry and screamed at you on several occasions over it.
Yeah.
And then when you brought it up in class,
yeah,
you waited to after class, which is the appropriate time to bring something up. You very calmly presented what happened. And you were just like, I just needed to say that because it's been bothering me and it's something that's not right that's happening here. And I just need it addressed. And the next person who talked was, I believe, Dustin. And he basically, he said some stuff, but he basically told you to shut the fuck up. This isn't productive. This isn't forced shadow work. Isn't productive.
We went through that recording last
Mark Passio guy.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
But the funny part, his career is about also helping people through shadow work. He touts himself
crisis
as a shadow work therapist and says he expects it to take 5 years.
Conflict resolution, like amazing opportunity for him to jump in
and show how good he is
and show what his talents are. He stays quiet and then waits till it's done and tells you to basically shut the fuck up.
And then, do I even know who you are after listening to all that and after
we haven't gotten to that yet.
Conversation?
Yeah, we haven't gotten to that yet.
Oh.
We'll read that next.
What
so Will continues.
The
truth is, Alicia. So, okay. So I'll just start out. You brought your own drama from the outside platform into the class, and although you're trying to address this altercation, you seem to want some sort of saving or attention from it. No, she actually just said what happened and wanted to address it to the person who did it to her, and she didn't ask you to do anything except be a fucking moderator and tell and be like, hey bro, maybe keep this out of class. That's all you had to fucking say. When he was ranting and screaming at 150 of Mark Passio's fucking paid, like people.
Classmates.
He's raging. No, Will knows he should have fucking moderated that shit, and he didn't. And we called him out, and he's pissed. So anyway,
good.
He's saying, I am a moderator of this tech class, not your father. She wasn't asking for you to be your father, you fucktard. You're a grown adult, and confrontation shouldn't be able to confrontation should be able to be communicated without recomps from others.
Recompense?
Well, you didn't. Yeah, you didn't. For one, you didn't ask. You simply stated. Instead of violating Mark's request and your other students and the other students by sharing the after chat with an outside live show whereby you and the host talk shit on the classmates, and Mark.
He got caught with his pants down. Too bad, buddy. Too bad.
Somebody's been watching. So let me comment. So right off the bat, he tried to deflect by saying it didn't happen in class, so you didn't have you aren't allowed to say it. Then he said it's not his responsibility to save you, even that's not what you said you asked for.
Nope.
Then he's complaining Mark doesn't want his technical course leaked. The after chat is not the same thing. It's just a bunch of garbage. Mark doesn't give a shit about that garbage.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's besides the point, but like, that's really what the rule is about, not people talking about people recording what's happening in the after chat. And if people are recording what's in the after chat and exposing it to the world, then maybe there's something wrong going in the after chat.
Yeah.
But Mark, like you said, Mark says, stay civil. And Darren was not civil, and his moderators didn't do anything about it. That is the problem that we are having right now, not Alicia begging for help or the leaking of some worthless content. And if anything, dude, I have advertised Mark's technical course more than anybody, more than Will Keller. We've done it once. I do it in almost every episode because we clip something amazing out of the before or after class and put it up. I'm keeping Mark relevant. He doesn't have a podcast anymore. I literally stop and say, hey, there's a new class starting in, what is it, July? And
January.
This is a good course if you want to learn how to be we don't talk shit about it. We advertise for him on the regular. Mark needs more people clipping shit and advertising for him. If he had more people doing that, like you guys should be doing, instead of endlessly making content that you don't even fucking promote, you should be clipping Mark's shit and putting it up and keeping him relevant and keeping natural law relevant. Because you're not doing what you're doing. You're simply factioning off of natural law. It's like, oh, natural law is like, it doesn't really matter. It's because these guys are all Aleister Crowley fans. All these guys, they like Crowley more than they like Mark.
Are
Are
they Crowley devotees?
I think so.
Interesting.
I think they think that they are the power, and they are able to do whatever the fuck they want in excess.
I mean, honestly, that's some serious dark stuff. Crowley stuff.
Yeah, there is darkness coming from all those guys. Why do you think I've been going after them?
Right. Crowley was a genius in his own right, but in a way, like his ego, his power tripping,
is died alone, a drug addict and a fucking scumbag
and a hedonist. So, and he died broke. He came from a wealthy family and died broke, and just
he died. He literally died in like a hostel. Like he had nothing. So that's where that fucking life gets you.
Well, there's the
Have
glide
fun with
path.
that.
Yeah.
Logan Hart and Will Keller.
Yeah.
Have fun with that. Try to teach that shit to other people.
And you play with that
Under the guise of Mark Passio. Unbelievable.
karma.
Yeah. So let me keep going. So he's talking shit about our show, which this is what got him in trouble with me from day one. He went on his podcast with him and Logan Paul, another scammer, and talked shit about my show and said, we only talk shit and we aren't doing anything good over on my show. All we do is talk shit and be polarizing and talk shit about those guys because we're jealous.
It's not even true.
After that, after he said that on his show, it was fucking on, and like
cause and effect.
Any normal person would have thrown in the towel, showed up on my podcast and been like, hey, bro, we got off on the wrong foot. Maybe we should back things up and try again. But no, this guy's so much of a fucking, his ego is so delicate that he can't fucking stand that someone came along and pointed him out for his bullshit when he thinks his shit doesn't fucking stink because he knows Mark Passio.
Mm-hmm.
So, fuck you. We do not talk shit here. We talk fucking truth.
We do, and it truly is following, what Mark puts out there, and it's a reinforcement of that. It's not talking about it; it's doing it. I even, as a part of that, a personal note afterwards said, like, I have evolved and changed since taking the course, but it's because I did the work, I put the time in, and I got to give you and Allie credit, like. You guys are the beacon for helping educate people. And not only do you do the forced work, which can be uncomfortable at times to watch and witness and stuff like that. Like even Slav,
it's a lot of energy.
Slav brought me to your group. And then I'm like, and I didn't even know what was kicking off there. And I've seen the good side of Slav. So like there's some delicate, difficult conversations that go on, And but you also bring in some so not only witnessing that so that we can apply to ourselves and to other people in other situations and step up, but also a lot of really good educational content, and you get good people in and everything else. It's a value add. And if anybody put the time in and listened, are there any comments going up there?
No.
Okay. You're adding value. Ooh, I'll mute my thing. That sounded like a Mark moment.
I was trying to mess with some stuff. Well, thank you. But I mean, again, it's just like, it's kind of like what Mark says. It's like, well, like I don't see much effect. For the amount of energy I've put in, There's been a remarkably small response. I like it. I don't like, I like being, I've always rooted for the minority, like the underdog, so like, I understand and know that this show's not going to be popular. And like, I've been hanging out with a bunch of shows of like auditors and shit, and they have like hundreds of thousands of followers, and they're like, why is your fucking channel so small? And it's like, go there and listen to what I talk about. Nobody wants to hear that shit. They're like, but dude, you'd at least like get bigger. And it's like, no, I do not talk about stuff anyone wants to talk about on this show. Like nobody, like vegans we're what, 2% of the population. So right there, 2% of YouTube might watch my channel simply because I'm vegan.
But we had somebody on who, what was that guy, the Unpolished or whatever his name was, that guy that came on perfectly wanting to hate on people and then left. And it's like, like he had the good cop and bad cop kind of situation, but he was educated. And I think that guy may or may not.
The guy last week?
Yeah.
Flow State? Yeah. No, he came here. He was sent here by another YouTuber who has a problem with me. to mess with us, and it backfired. That was pretty great. That was fun. You totally after it was funny because he came there he came there in bad will to talk shit. So it was really funny that he was so offended that John Balls was talking shit to him, because we know why he's there. But it was funny just because John Balls he focused on John Balls because John Balls was being the most kind of
alpha,
right, flagrant with his words. Everything out of my mouth was cold as ice. He couldn't say shit to. And then you were the good cop being super nice. And he was just like, I need to get the fuck out of here. Like, this has not turned out how I thought it is. This is all public record now. I need to go.
Well, mine was genuine. Like, I came at it genuinely. I didn't know this stuff from the back. And it was like, it was just, we were talking about health and how it feels and everything else. And so I don't, like, we've discussed this, you know, to follow natural law, sometimes just listening and just some of these examples, and some may find it like grinding or whatever, but this is the hard work that we as individuals need to do and help those around us or classmates or whatever. This is the service we need to do, period. Right. And Jeff thinks the average vegan will like him. Poor guy. Oh,
no,
but
that's I was trying to, let me finish what you're saying. And then I gotta
like the vegan thing, you know, sure, it takes a snap in order to do that and I've come out and said, I'm more recent. I've done it before, you know, and then I need to readdress and redo it. And through this is like vegan therapy, really, because there's some incredible people behind the scenes here who have unbelievable knowledge and are really healthy, super fit. Like it breaks the model of a Chris Sky saying, oh, you're going to die, you know, doesn't look like it. Right. So this there's such value in here. And even if people make tweaks, and, you know, we had Christian come on and he's like, well, I'm getting there. And I was a hunter, and brave to do that too. But then, and then how Mark had taken 12 years or whatever to make his transition. Like, I knew, I set it up. It was, for me, it was over a period of like the summer. And I was like, something like not feeling good. And I've just completely instantly went, that's it. And it doesn't have to be a merge.
When it's the right time, you know, it's the right time, you know, you're like, all right, I think I can do this now.
And that's not to be projected. Like, I personally, I respect free will, like to each, like everyone's going to be, they have to follow their own intuition. They know their own discipline. They may or may not ever choose that route, and that's okay. But even if you put a percentage of whether or not it's fresh fruits and vegetables or more of that into the diet, you're going to feel better. Like that's the outcome, you know? Yeah. It doesn't have to be a diehard.
Like, people know this too. We all know this. Even the carnists know this. You know, they're just in denial, but like they know, and they're like you know, like all these arguments we have with the carnists, they're learning a little bit. And the day that their doctor tells them they got a couple months to live, unless they turn shit around, they're gonna at least have a little bit or know some resources or even hit us up, you know, at that point.
Right.
I've had several friends of mine, even recently, one of the YouTubers I've been hanging out with, he's like, man, I need to go. A buddy of mine, Tracy, 3 years ago, hit me up, and he's like, bro, he's a chef. And he called me and he's all, bro, I had a fucking heart attack. And he's like my age. And I'm like, dude, you need to go vegan. And he's like, I know, dude. And he died 3 weeks later.
No.
And yeah. And then, you know, and then I had another guy hit me up in the same way recently, you know, and he's like, man, I need to go vegan. And I'm like, yeah. And I've just been sending him links and shit. And it's like, you know, and even like dudes I've talked to before that are vegan now, they're like, no, I used to fucking argue with vegans all the time, you know, and it's just like, the truth is the truth. And most people can recognize the truth when they hear it. Even if they don't like it, it sticks in their head. And one day they'll wake up and be like, fuck, he was right. You know, like, so it's not, you know, we're not doing all this. I see so many people, oh, you're just wasting your time. And it's like, fuck no, like these guys are here because they want to learn. They just don't show that they want to learn. They show by arguing with me. They ask me questions by arguing with me and saying stupid things that they think are right to me, you know, that's their way of asking questions. And I've had to realize that like these guys aren't always arguing. Sometimes they're just asking questions in a really stupid way.
Well, there's never a dumb
Yeah,
question.
like-
It's the motivation behind it sometimes, you know, and that has to be questioned at times. But there's also different archetypes. Like you're going to have a different profile. John Bob has one. John Bob is like he's super fit and he's so passionate and he's actually so knowledgeable about things, you know.
Yeah, but he can't control himself, and he doesn't know how to read the room, and he, you know, says also a bunch of stuff that's really silly. Like last week I had to talk to him because he was raging. I'm like, bro, not a good look.
Okay, but you know, everybody has a different approach, and if that's his approach, then you know maybe that will crack the nut at one point, because sometimes people need rage in order to get through that. Others would run from it.
Yeah, but that just looks like that Chris Sky video to me, just like someone raging. Like, bro, calm down.
You know.
But anyway, like Race Lever's comment, I want to get back to this thing. So what I was saying about the 2% of vegans that might watch my show, most likely that 2% isn't going to watch my show. Even if they did, they wouldn't recognize it as a vegan show because I'm mostly talking about not vegan stuff. So then the next algorithm I have is natural law, where I can't even get people that are into natural law to watch my show because of how much foreshadow work happens here, and that's not fun shit. So even the people that know it's not fun shit, you know, that are claiming to be all knowledgeable don't even want to come here and put their 2 cents in or anything like that. So I got vegans that probably won't watch me because I'm not only talking about vegan, and I'm not like a liberal, so I don't really get along with a lot of their politics. And then natural law scene, which is tiny. You know, like these dudes are like, why doesn't your channel get bigger? It's like, dude, no, this channel is made for nobody.
This is root cause essential stuff. Like when you're really looking at the building blocks of life in terms of value, John Balls. Does that mean anything to you?
Peak male specimen. No, I love John Balls. He just pisses me off sometimes.
Oh, John Bob. Oh, okay. I love him too. Like I've seen his beauty side, and he really has been invaluable to me. So
he needs a little bit better production quality. He needs like a real camera and a real mic, and like to set himself up and not be so lazy about things.
Well, look at me. I don't have one. You could be saying that to me too. I don't know how mine sounds.
What are you talking about? Your studio is totally nice. He's like laying on the ground half the time with his shirt. He's like Padini with his presentation. His phone's always dying. But anyway, enough about John Bob.
Careful. If I get a ripped tummy, I might go one day too, but not all the way. I'm working on it. But and I will, like, I need you guys to hear me say this, and there's no sugary or puffery going on here. Like Allie's, what's her thing? Light Occult Revival? Is that what hers is? Hers has got some really
shout out to Allie's channel. Go follow her. Go watch her. She's only got like 5 or 6 videos.
No, your mic is what? Thank me. You re-say that. The whole thing was blurred. Your mic sucked.
All right.
Try again.
Shout out to Light.
It's all
Revival. Go.
Not working. It's all bloody. Try again. It's like Spaceman.
Is it?
Hit it or something. Try again.
Hold on. Is that better?
Perfect.
All right. So shout out to Light Occult Revival.
Yep.
Check out her channel at Light Occult Revival.
Yeah.
She's got like 5 or 6 videos that are very much worth watching.
Really good.
I've been trying to get her to make some more. If you guys show more interest, she will make more, I'm sure. She's where I've learned most of my shit from.
And probably shadow testing too.
And philosophy, psychology, the occult, natural law. I've only learned 10% of this stuff from Mark, really. I mean, I guess through Allie, through Mark, but Allie's got a very good way of explaining things.
It's
also
amazing.
Allie should be on the network for sure. Allie, if I was offered to be on that network, I would put her on it instead, because I don't really. She knows way more about this stuff than I do. But anyway, check out her channel, Light of Cult Revival.
There's good stuff
and
in there.
leave comments, like all of her stuff, and share all of her stuff.
Yeah, Allie and I have taken a hit, you know, from the group, from the cult leader, Mr. Will.
Yep.
And his little
enablers,
hangers on and enablers, Dustin and Jerry. And you know, and I say this because they still need to do their shadow work. I'm not going to let them off. Do your freaking shadow work, man. Be a better human. And there's so much passion in there. If they actually got the baseline right, they could be amazing. But they're not right now.
Base Lever's kind of got a good point right now. Because I've been, you know, we've been talking about me rebranding in some way, because this podcast kind of, it's a lot of energy and a lot of time out of my life for, you know, 9 people watching. Not that really matters, but it just, I don't know how, like, I could just keep doing this and just keep going after people nonstop. But
all they do is flip the bird, you know.
Yeah, exactly. I want to, you know, I want to get more into, you know, more presentative type of stuff. But starting a network, that might be a fun side project for me. Getting the right people together, and doing something.
So Race Lever's on quite a bit. What's one thing, Race Lever, that
he's a bot?
Oh, is he? Is he?
I think so. He's never shown his face, and
well, then
he's
this will be the human
too good. His jokes are too good. They're too inside. He's here every episode, no matter what.
Here's a bot busting question then. As a human, what have you learned, Race Lever? One thing that you've learned in all these last few podcasts. Whoa, that wasn't permission to stop the live streams on Sundays. That's not like, answer that question. What have you learned as a human? And then that'll be the litmus test.
Oh, you mean having people on and ask that?
No, just for race. I mean, for example.
Oh, for Race Lever, asking Race Lever that. What has he learned from the show?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a good question. What have you learned from the show, Race Lever?
Something that's of value, not something cocky and whatever else. Like content.
We're gonna put him on the spot now.
I am.
We're overloading the bot computer. It's frying. Overheating. It's all. Oh shit!
This is a human consciousness question. How do I answer? How do I answer?
Yeah.
You know, there you go. You'll suss it out there. So
that's pretty funny.
It's not. You know, like maybe you should do that. Like, and it's not easy. It's not easy when you're prepared to do the tough work. It's isolating. It can be. You know, it's brutalizing.
Like 150 people hate me because of this shit.
Like, well, then that's a credit to how good a job you're actually doing, you know.
I guess. Yeah, I mean, if you're catching flack, you're over the target, I guess. But yeah, it's not fun work. It's not. No. It's very stressful, really. Like
training,
kind of training. Yeah. Like I'm always super exhausted after these.
Well, for sure, and hopefully,
and I gotta research all these fuckers. I'm not just making things up, so I have to actually do research and watch all these guys' freaking boring ass podcasts and stuff, you know, like
where were you before you were famous, Chris Guy? You know, hopefully this is at least saved one person from that crypto thing and from like a Mexican prison, you know. So like, let that be the beacon. The cult leader, I'm gonna call him that because that's what he is the sexist cult leader. That's what Will is, the sexist cult leader. And until he like redeems himself, that's going to be what I'm going to call him. I don't care.
Dude, I'm setting him up for such a fucking bomb ass character arc. Like I'm setting him up to do that, to just like.
And nobody has any interest in him otherwise. No one gives a shit about him. If he didn't have
But he won't do it because of his ego. He would never come up here and admit to a single thing, admit to being wrong to anything. He would never in a million years come up here because of his ego.
You know, I have to maybe respond or not respond with freaking facts and receipts to this plonker, I've had enough going on.
Nah, we're not responding to that shit. Why would we respond to that shit? We are already responding to it. They don't get personal fucking time spent with their little personal letters back. No way.
Yeah.
There's no reason to respond to that garbage. They both embarrass themselves with those comments.
All three.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Embarrassed. And they all teamed up.
And I keep saying credit to Darren, like thus far, unless I've missed because I'm not watching, because it's like
he's been very well behaved.
Then maybe he's truly is doing his shadow work, and like with his ability to get the information, like that could be something really cool. And you know, the slabs of the world too, I hope so.
Yeah, if someone called me out that hard in public, I'd be on my best behavior too. I rewatched that shit and I was all, damn. I was on one that night, but it was every word of it was true.
And
like,
that's the thing.
These dudes are not in the right headspace for tackling this stuff.
No. And like this whole platform of defamation, like he tried to hit me up with defamation. It's like, there's no defamation. Truth is not defamation. Truth is your shadow.
Yeah. You have to, natural law is all about controlling your ego.
Yeah.
And not ending up on Mount Stupid, which I think that's why Mark pounds that shit into the ground so much, is because all these guys around him. Hey, look, speak of the devil, someone's ears are burning.
Hey, Darren.
What's up, Darren?
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah. Have you been listening?
Oh, yeah. I enjoy your show. It's good.
Did you hear where? Are you sticking to the shadow work, and is it helping and working?
Yeah, like I said, first of all, it's not even been that long, so I can't say, Alicia, why don't you get over it? It was like a million years ago, because it wasn't, So I'm not, you know what I mean? Because some people do that. They'll say, I apologized 2 weeks ago, so you should be over it.
Oh, I am over it with you. Just watch your mic there, Darren. Your mic is a little fuzzy. So, but also if I just interrupt for 2 seconds, I am over it. With regards to you, I've said it, and I've been complimentary that actually this whole time, just checking in if anybody, like, I'm done with that. Like, this is now on to the moderator crap.
You're explaining like what happened recently, and it's related to the thing, but not about me. I get that.
Yeah.
But what I came on to say is that, obviously the shadow work is ongoing. And what I could have done before, when you asked for an apology, was to say, you know what, let's say I wasn't ready to give one at the time, right? So I could have said, you know what? Let me think about that and get back to you next week. We'll talk offline. And I could have left it at that, if I wasn't ready at the time, because sometimes, you got to process something. And so I just wanted to clarify basically explaining like why I went off, not that it makes it okay, but I went off because you said I had given an apology regarding my behavior, but not to you, which was correct. But they were two separate issues, and all I'm addressing is the confusion as to the alien thing versus my thing with Alicia, because it's true, Alicia was not talking about aliens, but it wasn't obvious in the context of the class what the reason why I ghosted Alicia, and nobody could know because I didn't explain, right? So basically, Alicia was not ghosted or yelled at regarding the alien thing. It was that I was like, cool, I gave an apology for flipping out about people talking to people who claim to be an alien who are speaking contrary to natural law. And, but still my reaction was overblown. So that was stupid. And I apologize for that. And then I felt like at the time that you were like piggybacking off of that and saying, so you apologize to the other people. apologize to me, but you didn't have anything to do with that. But like, it seemed like you were trying to relate it to that, but it more like just happened at the same time. And the reason I folded the group and thereby ghosted you was because I wanted to step away from group activities in general and calm down. But I wasn't calmed down yet, and therefore, hence my reaction. So, but yeah, the shadow work is ongoing. And if I didn't want to, I could have just said, look, I just needed to stop for a little bit and get some rest.
Sounding good, but you did form a guy group right after you folded the one with me, which I don't give a
well, the group, that group was literally just the same guys without you.
There you go. So you didn't just fold the groups. You opening up another one right away. I just want to I'm all about
and like
that.
I said, it's fine to not get along, but I want to be respectful to you as a person, obviously.
All good.
Because no, you're right. I mean, I did keep it just the guys from that group, but and I guess I really don't have to justify it because I don't think it's something that can be justified. It's just a personal preference.
It's all
but what was not good was the way I handled it. I could have just said, you know what, Alicia, I just didn't. It was a personal thing where I just didn't want to have you in there, and that's it. Like I didn't have to, get vitriolic about it.
You didn't have to be a dick about it, basically.
Yeah.
Like you're allowed to not want to hang out with her. Just, it's better to not be an asshole.
Yeah. Like I'm chill, about all of, I'm chill about all of that. Anyways, I don't want to get into it because I really am over it.
We don't need to get into it again.
This is not, I've repeatedly done the caveat of Darren seems to be doing his stuff. You've not.
Yeah, I just didn't want people to think that I thought Alicia had something to do with the alien thing because she didn't.
Thank you. Now go have that conversation with Jerry and give her a little bit of what the hell.
I hope she's over this thing because let's just say someone is a starseed and I am a soul from another galaxy that was born here. If what I'm telling you is contrary to natural law, then you shouldn't listen to me. Doesn't matter if I'm farting thunderbolts and shooting lightning out of my fingers. If I'm lying to you about natural law, you shouldn't listen. That's how people make little pacts with demons and shit. Because they're oh, this is an extra dimensional entity. It's powerful. Well, it could also be an asshole.
And so Darren, just listening to, this is a calm, it's a cool discussion. And right there shows the value of that conversation when it's packaged in a different way, which if I'm hearing you, it's look, I've had experience if I'm paraphrasing what I'm hearing you say, correct me at any point. You're saying I've had history with demons and entities, and this is not stuff to be messed with. And Jerry's inviting problems, which is also against the platform of natural law, for which she's devoting her life right now. And if you can't get the root of this stuff right yourself, and I'll say it, you can't be teaching kids about stuff. And for me, I was even attacked that I had been a carnist, and I didn't even say anything like that because it's just. So what happens is when these falsehoods are put out to a group that you could say, do I give a shit? But it's still out there, right? It's pathological lying and it doesn't feel good. And it's against natural law. It's bad karma.
Right. And I care about her. If I didn't care, I wouldn't have said shit. I'd be good. Talk to these fucking losers, but I don't want people getting misled.
Well, maybe try to get through to her so maybe she'll listen because she's not listening to me. And it's just she's planting some really
these people are just telling her nonsense, though. And that's the thing is look, like I said, we all know I have experience with mental health, right? Right? So
yeah, but
here's the thing. What you can't do, I've literally had friends, right, with diagnoses for schizophrenia. And I tell them, bro, do you know what schizophrenia is? They're yes. And I'm explain it to me. They're oh, it's when you, hear things or see things that aren't there. And I'm okay, so are those things real or are they hallucinations? And they're they're not real. And I'm like, okay, so why do you believe the shit the hallucinations say? And they're like, I don't know. And I'm like, well, then there's a disconnect between your logic and your perception. So you can't, like, whether you pick up the noise or not, you still have to filter the noise, right? So that's what I want people to realize. And because I know how bad it's fucked up people's lives. Because a lot of these people having these hallucinations, which I personally don't think all of them are hallucinations, some of them are. And then you get into theory of mind and like, well, yeah, exactly, Jeffrey. But like, what is a demon? Well, I guess the universe is mental, but they are real and they have intelligences and they say things that the person would never think and has never thought, right?
Yep.
So they are demons, correct.
Yep.
And a lot of these people are, actually, I'm going to go ahead and say every one of them is traumatized. Like, you have to understand, I was in a psych ward when I was 7 years old for 30 days. Do you know when kids are in second grade and they're in a loony bin for 30 days? It's nothing that any of those kids have fucking done. They're fucking tortured. And so you got these tortured kids hearing demons, or you have adolescents that come into the ward after summoning demons and they quote unquote develop an illness. And so the way out is natural law, because you can only control yourself, but the universe will heal you if you are at least, or it cannot heal you unless you're committed to truth. It's not a guarantee that everyone's going to be healed right away or whatever. But what I find is that the dishonesty of the system and the doctors acting like these are biochemical brain things, obviously they're scam artists of the highest order. A lot of them, like a lot of the ones that I was personally seen by growing up, have been indicted, have fled the country, and have been on the news for scamming and forging court documents. I'd be happy to provide links. But yeah, so I just don't want people being misled by demons and stuff. And so, but at the same time, I've seen the effects of it, and I've also experienced the effects. And I'm talking about, my fucking bed was flipped upside down by a demon. Like my first night in the psych ward. Yeah. You know, there was no one in the room. Another kid was my roommate. So there was no one in the room with the strength to flip an entire bed. And I don't want people getting fucked up about this. So I got all hot water burn baby and wigged out about it. And I'm committed to maintaining composure and decorum. But at some point I'm like, dude, these people are in fucking danger with this.
And that, like, what the way, you know, this constructive dialogue is day and night. And credit, you can be heard. You just said something about my microphone. But this is such a constructive conversation, and I have said repeatedly.
I still can't hear. I don't know if anyone can hear me. I'm pulling it
We
up.
can hear you, Darren. We can hear you. You're heard, Darren. Your mic is hot.
I can hear you now on YouTube.
Okay. Like, this is where some of the value is that you can bring, Darren, because, you know, you've grokked a lot of the content and you've had this personal experience, and, you know, this is quite frankly quite night and day from the other version. And so I think what we saw is you triggered. And if something happened, if you being in a psych ward at 7, that's in your subconscious. That's going to be activated without you realizing it's being
trauma
activated.
Response.
It is a trauma response. So understanding where that's coming from and immediately going, I need to stop that and I need to do my trauma work and heal that. And then you can help others. Like, you know, maybe you can be a Trojan horse into that group that just doesn't want to listen. I mean, have you heard some of the things we've been talking about? It's, you know, what are your thoughts on, if you don't want to answer it, you don't, because it's like, you know, you become the cyanide pill if you comment on it against, you know, the cult. But I'm just looking for a healthier and like that we all learn and grow as individuals collectively.
Yeah, I apologize because there's a few seconds of delay.
Okay.
We hear you pretty good.
Do you want to go off and come
delay
back
'cause
on,
my
Darren?
speed went out on my
Go off, like turn off and come
laptop,
back
but,
on, Darren.
what I have to say about that is I haven't put out any work, so I'm not criticizing anybody whatsoever publicly, and I don't have anything to say. I have my personal opinions, but I figure this was a couple weeks ago was an opportunity for me to listen to myself live and then go back to the drawing board and see where I want to be versus where I was.
Nice. Good job.
Yep.
You're a fascinating dude, Darren.
Yeah, that's tremendous.
Gotta work on the presentation a little bit.
I never had to face
Get you a
that
better camera
in
and
the
a better mic.
context of natural law and other people in the truth movement.
I would love to have you on the show more. I don't have enough natural law people up here. Sure is nice to hear other people talk about natural law, but me.
And also be like humble about the journey, because when you share that and you
We'll
kind
work
of
with my schedule. Like I can let you know my availability. I'd like to be on too.
I hear the delay. Darren, why don't you hop off and come back on and see if you get a better link?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, let me do that. Okay. I'll be back.
Okay.
Awesome. Conflict resolution.
I think that's tremendous. That's a different human being right there, right? And so even if it just starts with Darren and his
same guy, we just saw him at his worst,
Yeah. Well, his demons were talking through him. His trauma was talking through him. And that's what has, maybe in a way he was having that 7-year-old where the bed's flipped upside down and we're all just going, what, but it's just,
his shadow took control.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But this is coming full circle where this is showing, when you care about your other classmates and it's like, and, he's taking irrespective of him not wanting to comment about the other ones, because it is a cyanide pill. You can't go back it. Like they're going to, you're going to be on the out.
Victim.
Like, just like Allie and I, and it's like, for what, talking about an abusive situation that wasn't handled professionally. Okay. That's it. Fine.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that just now?
I don't know. That's awesome. Let's see. You there?
Yeah, he's mute. He's on mute.
You're muted. Unmute.
There you go.
Darren.
Yeah, I switched to a cable. I think my
Oh, that sounds way better.
100% better.
100% better.
Yeah, I got home from work, so I think my Bluetooth was dying.
Don't even sound like the same person.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But yeah, I'd love to be on the show. I like discussing natural law.
Mm-hmm.
And
I like that too. I can't find anyone else to do it with me. It's crazy. There's only like the few people that come up. And yeah. I mean, there's a big turnover rate with this show. Like we even had Dustin over here. And he pieced out real quick. And he did not look back. I even hit him up. I even sent him a message on Telegram. He left it on unread.
Wow. The best psychiatrist I ever had, unfortunately, he passed away like 2 years ago, but I only had him briefly, and he was the last one I ever saw. And you know what he told me? He looked me right in the eyes. He leaned over the desk, and he said, "Fuck you, Darren." And I was like, really? I was like, that's unprofessional. And he's like, fuck you. I said what I said. And I'm like, okay, why? And he's like, because you know better. You just need to do better. And that was the last shrink I ever saw in 2013.
That's hilarious.
I think you've unearthed the key there is just understanding where
he
that
did core shadow work, and he was a doctor of osteopathy, and he told me that he was in a psych ward himself. And he said the difference between a non-functioning person and a functioning person is that they just do what's necessary. And it's not that they don't have issues. Everyone has issues. It's just, are you living your life despite that? And I got the fuck off Social Security, got a job 3 years later, and then bought a house in 2020.
And did you buy a chain pad link thing for your gate?
Oh yeah, I got that.
She's on.
I got that. I got that when the stabbing went down before election day. There was some unrest in the area, and I was like, this is a perfect day to go to the hardware store and get a chain.
Upgrade your security.
Cool.
But yeah, life is short, so why not take advantage of the free shadow work?
Yeah. Get out the nunchucks.
Oh, the nunchucks. Someone remembers you talking
You're
about
famous,
the nunchucks.
Nice. Yeah, I had my homemade ones, but I want to get a nice pair.
You see,
I did get the machete from the garage and put it in the living room again.
Machetes are
just
great.
using it
They're very scary.
to get rid of some grapevines, but yeah. Otherwise, it's usually in the house.
That's so cool that Rice remembered you see, even listening to someone else's story or whatever, people retain that. That's a shocker. Right. The nunchucks.
People told me I was done for though, from age 18 to age 27. They're like, yeah, you'll never be in the workforce and shit. And I'm like, whatever. I bought a house and I'm halfway through a college degree, and I dropped out of high school in 2006. So I mean, doing okay. But I don't always revisit the topics. That's, you know what I'm saying? It's the first time revisiting a topic that's a sensitive issue. And that revealed when you think you've done enough work or you think you're okay, that's when you find out you're not.
Mm-hmm.
And that's okay to not be okay, but it's not okay to avoid the work.
Which is interesting because, and we're only doing this for educational purposes. We're done. We're past it all, right? But even when you had the situation on Gilded, for which who commented back, he didn't help you with your shadow work.
Well,
no.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know if I was in a listening mood, but I know what you mean.
Yeah, fair.
There was no attempt. I want to finish this real quick.
Your mic is jumping ahead, Jeffrey.
Is it robot again, or is this?
Yeah.
Not.
Robot.
It's Ben Shapiro style.
Oh, geez.
Fast forward.
Next week, new microphone.
I guess so. Just the cable.
It's again still robotic.
Now?
No.
What the fuck? Good Lord, you buy expensive shit and it still doesn't work. Still Ben Shapiro?
A little bit. Keep talking.
Am I there?
No.
Am I there?
Kind of distorted.
It's like you're underwater.
Like the gain. Can you lower the gain?
No, I don't have any settings like that.
Oh my God.
Check.
No.
It sounds like what would happen when gain is too high. That's a little better.
It's
peanut butter. Like butter.
I'm so cool. Gia. Nothing's.
It's all it's like a vibrating sound, but it's been janky all day, all night. So weird.
That's really weird because I
think I got another foam screen, pop screen. That's what it sounds like. It just sounds like input is too high, but it's not. It just might be the connection. Could be a space laser.
Now, is he speaking?
Oh, Oh, he's muted.
Oh, he's muted. So just for the record, Darren, I'm cool with you. Are you cool with me?
Yeah.
Cool. There's no sound. You're muted, Jeffrey. Muted. Are you putting your video on, Darren? Darren, right now yours is like a loopy circle and there's no sound coming from you. And Jeffrey, you're muted.
Okay,
there we go.
Now am I?
Yes, you're good. But now Darren's cycling.
Team Kruger Force. You know what's so cool? Mr. Peanut Butter.
Mr. Peanut Butter.
So yeah, so let me finish Mr. Peanut Butter's tantrum. So you violated Mark's request and the other students by sharing the after chat with an outside live show. So he's being very specific. It's this show.
Your microphone is
whereby
janky
you and the host
okay.
talk shit on the classmates and Mark. It was made extremely clear to not share the recordings out of respect for Mark and the classmates, but you made an unethical choice to share the class for your own personal agenda. You have participated with known detractors, disruptors, and outright liars in the slander, harassment, and defamation of current classmates, and to think you are virtuous by doing so. This class is not for your personal drama.
It's actually kind of cool because your microphone was all janky through that, but it actually sounded like, you know, like the 1984 book and movie, and it sounded like some like Orwellian like person you have violated beep beep. You actually sounded like that, so it actually complemented his copy verbiage bullshit like puke spew of ego perfectly.
That's hilarious. Is it still bad?
Yeah.
Check.
No.
It's okay. Am I okay now?
No.
No, still?
Yeah. Through reading that whole thing, it was all janky, but it kind of complemented the Orwellian script. I am your leader. You will listen to me. Okay. All hail the cult. Not.
That's pretty funny.
That's what I have to think about. Unless he changes his tune, he can piss off. He's a sexist pig.
Ouch.
Now you're good.
Okay.
What was ouch? What I said?
No. So there. Okay. Then Will says there are only 3 moderators in this class. So he then had to write another comment because he forgot to jump on me about Dustin not being a moderator, which is completely irrelevant to anything.
Not.
You erroneously brought Dustin into the sideshow, and he's not a moderator. Okay, but he was speaking in the chat as a moderator.
Yes, he was.
His response to Alicia was a response as if he was a moderator. So the fact that he wasn't a official moderator does not matter because he was moderating the fucking group. You absolute dillhole.
Yeah.
Just
check your mic again.
Nothing but excuses. Like
it's hard to hear
I
you.
see him all. Oh, I got. I did like remembering this and going back and like writing it again and just being like, dude. And he edited it like 3 times. Both of his statements he edited several times.
Well, he must have learned how to manage crisis with his master's degree in
psychology. Yeah, Will has no self-control.
Are we talking about Will or Dustin?
And he flipped out and left
so
that
did
comment.
Dustin. So did Dustin.
Yeah, so now I'll respond to Dustin's.
Check your mic. I thought you were talking about him.
Dustin.
Your microphone. Try it again because it just it's like you are coming across, but it's distorted.
Check.
It's the same as before.
Same. Here. It's weird because I like moved it.
It's the same. It's the same. So weird. Maybe is it like a position on it or like prop it up or?
No, it's very unusual. It seems like it might be something with the connection.
Is it like in the computer wrong or?
No.
Oh, Darren's like, his Bluetooth and laptop batteries died very quickly. Gonna blame this on
Check.
Reham. I don't know what that is. You see, Darren, you know a lot, and I don't know. But are you saying like a demon shit thing? I don't know. Rehman. Yeah. Okay.
Check.
Okay. Darren
Does it
is
still
bidding
sound bad?
Perfect. It's perfect now. It's perfect. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Darren has bid everybody a Jew. His like, like when you have this demon spirit and they can suck the life out of a battery and like, the ghost hunters and stuff. And that's what's happened to Darren. He came, he had a good battery and then it's wiped out.
Yeah.
But it didn't win, Darren. Yours is going janky again. It didn't win, Darren. You won because you got your message through, and credit to you. All my batteries were charged at work. Yeah, you're right. It is that trying to like play funky, Darren. But I'm just reading for the group some of the private chat messages that are coming up here and keeping it going well. Jeff, you're welcome. And yeah, like, I mean, the evil spirit, demonic entities, all that, they really just want, and this is what's so sad about this group, because like we're supposed to be one united group, and that's my motivation. Darren and I are totally cool now because they're the ones that won the freedom move. Yeah. Darren is saying that like this, if I'm paraphrasing correctly, he's saying they're the ones that want the freedom movement to fail, these demonic entities and everything else. And like when they create this without people just having it's so easily solved. It's like, whoops, you're right. Good point. Let's do that next time for the next person if it happens to happen. But no, you got to like, you got to like, it just
check.
Good.
Okay.
Whatever you did, it's working.
Yeah, I switched the cord from the back of the computer to the front of the computer. Maybe that'll help.
It's perfect.
So, all right. So, Dustin Plattner, thank you for the clarification, Will Keller, of the moderators. I am not a moderator. I have never been. I'm a student in the class. But you speak as a moderator. You spoke to Alicia as a moderator. You told her to stop talking, basically, and that what she had to say didn't fucking matter because you're butthurt because you're on Team Will and Alicia is on Team Jeffrey.
Yeah.
So thank you, Jerry and Will, for the resolving of the clarification, which I highly doubt that actually happened. I do not appreciate the erroneous allegations on my name or image, Alicia and Allie. First of all, to both of you, do I even know you? Yes, you've been on my podcast where, Allie was on here and, like, so yeah, not that matters. Have we talked before? Not that fucking matters.
Yep.
Yes, you spoke to Alicia in
and
the fucking conversation that we're talking about. So yeah, you spoke to her like you fucking knew her. You were confident enough to tell her that what she was saying didn't fucking matter in the group. So obviously you knew her and you talked to her. So why are you even saying that? Why would you even waste the time?
It
to type
doesn't
that out.
These
guys don't have anything to say. All they need to say is, my bad. Yeah, I probably should have said something or stepped in as a man,
Yep.
whether you're a moderator or not.
Yep.
Like, sure, my bad. I'll or just not respond, and just be like, hey, I don't really know what this is about. But no, instead, these guys just do paragraphs of nonsense, that irrelevant nonsense. So anyway, first of all, to all you about, do I know you? We talked regarding the past group. Was I not being kind to help redirect the class as the only student to do so? No. Kind? You thought by telling Alicia that her issue with Darren wasn't helpful, or I don't know what you're trying to say. It wasn't for shadow work, bro. Like, you're a psychologist. For shadow work. What she was doing was for shadow work on Darren. Darren was misbehaving. He came up here and admitted it. You guys won't even fucking acknowledge that this is all about Darren's behavior and not Alicia's behavior. But
yeah,
Alicia's on Team Jeffrey, so they're gonna these men have to attack a woman that's on my show, and instead of me coming to my show and talking to me, they're going to attack the women from my show, who paid to be in this group, by the way, who are actually like supporters of Mark Passio enough to give him money to take one of his classes. You're talking shit now. So moreover, I do have an agreement with you to do I have an agreement with you to be your protector, Alicia? So she's taking the same. He has so little of an argument that he's going to steal Will Keller's argument. That was a terrible argument to begin with.
This person is he's also teaching natural law. Wait for it, drum roll. 2 children when he can't even get his shit straight.
Psychologist. It's like has
your mic is janky again. It's
like,
been janky for a while. Just letting you know, but we can kind of hear it.
The mental health of people are in this man's hands. I'm fucking
concerning.
Shocked.
Yeah.
So
you too can sign up for a 5-year shadow work plan. Ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. And if this is evidence of where it's going to get you, it's going to get you to nowhere good.
So
like step
the
up.
man here says, do I have an agreement with you to protect, to be your protector? That's not ever what you were asking. You simply wanted to state publicly what happened. You weren't asking. You protected yourself quite well, actually.
Thank you.
You didn't get upset. You were calm, collective.
Because I cared about Darren.
Simply
this
was like,
is
hey,
evidence now.
In
He's
this class that should
circle.
apologize right now because they're being out of fucking line. And you know, and he had his response, and you were just like, oh, okay, bro, and that was it. And then we complained about the moderation separately. Yeah,
separately.
We did that separately because there was shit moderation going on.
Correct.
Because Mark asked that people be civil, and the moderators are there to keep people civil, and they weren't keeping Darren civil in the least bit. Nor did the other men in the group.
So here's
they want to all talk to boost their ego on this show, but they don't want to like step in when someone's being a fucking
they're
asshole.
jacking off with their egos.
Yeah. Additionally,
and here's Darren now saying sometimes the conversation we don't want to have are the ones we need to have. This is an example of coming full circle with Darren. And I keep saying credit, like hopefully Darren's saying credit to you guys for holding my feet to the fire and really going, no, man, like for your own good, like do this because we all see the potential that can be here. And it's like, you know.
And so the new agers who say, "Oh, don't break each other down. You know, don't tear them down." All these guys who claim to be Mark Passio aficionados. I don't know where they get this shit.
I don't. You know, Mark gets mad and he'll go, 1% of my people's doing this shit right. You know, maybe we're part of this 1%. Actually, you know, me just like I'm not. This is your thing, but like just to show and to demonstrate. This is a classic. It took a couple shows, but we got somewhere.
I don't think he's talking about me, but I know I'm in that percentile for sure.
Of doing it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like so. You know, I have respect for Mark. I think it's shitty that by de facto these people are tarnishing this, and they are the experience because this was the experience in a paid course, a donated course, donated.
So let me finish this. Additionally, I do not appreciate both of you talking your erroneous claims outside of private class and sharing this information public. Again, running to a non-issue to hide behind. Like what? Fucking difference does it make if it's public or not? It's your fucking public. It's your behavior. It's your behavior in a group. That's all we're talking about. What difference is it someone calls it what difference does it make if Mark calls it a private group or not a private group? These guys are jumping all over these semantics because it's all they have. If they were real men and if they were actually doing shadow work, this would be a prime example for them to do the right thing and just be like my bad, I guess you're kind of right.
And then
and we didn't say anything.
Yeah.
So you know,
check your mic
that
again.
definitely
Check your
was
mic.
just
It's just distorting the beauty of the message that you're trying to convey here. So just check your mic there a second, and I'll
son of a
just
fuck.
if you
There's
can
nothing I
for
can
your
do.
for your. Okay,
This
no.
is a serious
You know, like if in the first pass they got it and they're like, okay, and then there's another pass, like, you know, it is also give a shit about the quality and give a shit about, you know, the fight. You know, we're in the fight of like humanity here, you know, and so
Yeah.
and Darren has just put, I admit it in Darren's words, because his batteries have all gone kaput. He's saying, I admitted I was wrong because Jeff and Alicia cared, and that's in caps, enough to call it out. And that is really the basis of this. It's like we care about Darren and his potential and where his triggers are. Because I remember us talking about root cause, and Darren's identified that going right back to freaking 7 years old. That's subconscious shit. Like, that's great. That is enormous value. And you're caring enough based on natural law and helping show examples of natural law. You know,
The
this
most
isn't
important part of natural law, which is shadow work. None of these guys want to talk about this shit. Oh, hey, he's here. There
Darren,
he is.
your
Sorry.
video's on.
Darren.
You're muted, but your
Sorry, I
video's
didn't see you
on.
back there.
Muted. You're muted.
No,
So
you're
your
not.
video's off, but you're not muted. Oh, he's putting his headset in.
Yeah. So let me just finish this while he's doing that. Additionally,
And your mic is good
okay,
now.
it's good. Slander. Okay.
Then it
I
went
do not
bad.
appreciate both of you taking your erroneous claims outside the private class and sharing this information in the public forum to further slander my name with known detractors and deceptive people. Woo, that was a long run on sentence. Your actions are gross and deceptive. I am no longer engaging with you both moving forward. So he basically wrote Will Keller's same statement over again. Like, literally couldn't form enough of a unique enough like sentences. Like, he couldn't form anything but just piggyback off Will Keller said. You guys,
But I love
you
this.
guys violated my privacy rights, and you know, you're talking to Jeffrey Phillips, so fuck you, basically.
You know,
The guy
part
called
of
us out
that is brilliant.
for our shit.
Part of my original statement when I posted on Gilded, which I paraphrased earlier, is that Dustin, with master's degree in psychology, needs to deprogram some of the shit that he's learned. Because look at this classic. He does shadow work, right? And now he's like re-victimizing the victim, trying to project shit that's just not true. And then he's running away from conflict. What great conflict resolution worker you are as a master's degree in psychology, teaching children natural law
guys all
and
have
doing
me
shadow
blocked.
work that takes an average of 5 years. I rest my case. Do a better job. Do your goddamn shadow work, Dustin. You've got so much training in you. You need to convert it to good. But right now, it's shit.
Yeah. Pretty disappointing coming from natural
What about
law.
the parable of the blind man and the elephant? You know, like maybe we all have things that we're good at and things that we need work on.
Yeah. What is the parable?
Oh, for sure.
Well, there
Absolutely.
was, I don't remember it word for word, and I don't know if there's an official version of it, but basically there's 5 men. They're all touching an elephant and they're describing what it feels like. So one man has his hand on the tusk and he's saying an elephant is hard and smooth.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like solid bone. And then another guy's holding the tail and he's like, oh, it's furry, it's fluffy. And then another guy's holding the leg and they're like, it's like a tree trunk, and so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
They're all describing the elephant, but
Mhm.
they have incomplete parts of the picture.
Mm-hmm.
So there's something to be learned from everybody. And I wouldn't feel comfortable like really cutting into anybody unless I had a nice and maybe not even then, but at a minimum, I would want a nice, good portfolio of work out there publicly. Because, you know, I don't know, I'm new to it, and I think even the people who like I may disagree with on a lot of things could show me something, whether that's graphic design or something like that. I don't know, like people, I don't know how long or where people are coming from, so.
Well, I think what we're looking at here and what we're dealing with is people who are not managing their triggers, right? Like Will doesn't know how to manage whatever a trigger is. Jerry, the same, despite repeated efforts and attempts, you know, and then the same with Dustin. So there's this thing in natural law called cause and effect, right? Like I'm a student, had the thing, I'm over this shit, and yet now I'm having to deal with the politics of the cult of, and they're all like enabling. And like this is shadow work 101. And, you know, I'm not here to say shit about people, but when they are projecting and they're at a high in the pecking order of this whole group, they have status, right? And so it's just like, boom.
Well, it would be cool if they could all be cool with you like we are, you know what I mean? Like, because it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like we've had friends and family members who are like, oh, dude, I acted up on Thanksgiving. Oh, I was an asshole back then. I mean, it's like, making amends or whatever you want to call it, atonement, care, you know, doing a 180, like it's, I don't know. It's
all they'd have to do is come here once.
I mean, you can't, you know, you can only bring the horse to the well and you can't make him drink the water, but this'll come up again. Oh, I've just thrown some sort of like screen up here. Okay. Oh my God. I'm getting a bunch of screens flash up here. Oh,
but you don't know, like, I don't know if you guys did martial arts, but you don't know until you're pressure tested how your techniques are. Like you can do things in practice that, you know, like you may not be able to do under pressure. And so, you know what I mean? Like, attacking a subject that's difficult, like people talking to demons, right? You know, like, so people can be like, oh, he wasn't ready, but it's like, dude, I don't know. Does anybody else know the fuck about that? And are they stupid or not? You know what I mean? Like, there's obviously reasons for concern.
Check.
You're good.
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, am I?
Yeah, it's perfectly clear.
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
But like, yeah, I had no idea how I'd react to that after a long time of not thinking about it.
Yeah, all they'd need to do is come here once and have one conversation with me, and that's what I've been telling them the whole time. Well, just come and answer some questions. And if you're someone who's doing shadow work, you should have no problem when someone criticizes you about anything. That's an opportunity for you to do shadow work. Shadow work isn't about shit you do on a podcast. It's about how you react when shit is going down.
Yeah, I mean, I just see this as abuse of privilege and power. And when people have sway and then they, you know, use it in an inappropriate fashion, and then they actually twist and distort the facts way out there. And then people, cheaters, suspect others of cheating, you know, people who defame others are the ones who are saying you're defamed me. And it's projecting. Just it's reverse bullshit. So I'm just here to take a goddamn course, like, you know, and this, you know, it's been hugely invaluable to kind of stand up. We all have triggers. Mine is people, you know, at times mistreating me. And it's my stance to just stand up and go, no. You know, if I'm happy, if I've done something wrong, it's the easiest thing to do.
That's all you did, Alicia, and you shouldn't have all these guys talking shit to you about it. Like, all you did was be like,
call me, I'm not your daddy. Like, on what planet? Like, that's my only space talk is planet denial. That's as far as I go. But like,
nice.
That's it. It's just,
space is fake and gay.
Oh, that's as far as I'm going. Well, like, holy Jesus, Mary and St. Joseph, this is ridiculous. It's just such a waste, and like, it's actually wasted effort on these plonkers. I just hope they see it one day, because the truth will come back time and time again. And if they want to bury their heads in the sand and put their asses in the air, they're gonna get it sometime. So whatever. Like,
They won't have to deal with me anymore if they come here. Like, I don't understand why you wouldn't just like, I'm just gonna fucking bite the bullet and go up there and fucking, like, these dudes, like, it's really funny.
Ugh.
Like, I would way rather want to deal with me once than have to deal with me for year after year after year, because like, I'm not, like, this is fun to me. while it does take energy and shit, like, watching these guys misstep over and over and over and over and over again while claiming to be, walking on water. It's very funny.
There's nothing wrong with enjoying fighting when the cause is right. That's kind of the purport of the Bhagavad Gita, Like, a lot of people think everything's about peace, and it's like, yeah, peace comes when people do the right thing, even when it's gnarly.
Yeah, this is gnarly. Like, this isn't a cakewalk, and it's like repeatedly going back and then fact check, and it's like, ugh,
Yeah. So those guys' response to you was basically nothing. They took no personal accountability for anything because of their egos, because they don't like me, and you've gone to the dark side, I guess, even though they're the dark guys.
Well, guys, have you ever considered, I know you are, but what am I? No, you. I mean, that's most internet arguments.
A Satanist.
No, you.
Satanist in sheep's clothing.
No, you.
I tell you, these guys are all into Crowley.
I hate that.
They like Crowley way more than they like
I've read
Mark
it a lot.
Cassio.
I used to spend a lot of times at Barnes and Noble reading it, like hate reading his work.
I have his book and I have his stuff here because it's part of understanding all of it, right? And like, there was, and then there was Dion. Is it Dion Fortune or Virtue? Fortune.
Dion Fortune. She was in co-masonry in the Grand Orient of France, and yeah.
She was a Freemason? I did not know that. I've been to her gravestone.
I believe so.
Oh my gosh, because she was the female version, but I think, like, she was. I've got a bunch of her books here.
It would be Le Droit Humain, the human right.
That's Thelma nerds. Sorry, yeah, Thelma. That's so, Allie. But like, when I used to go to Glastonbury a lot, and I studied. I actually studied the I've forgotten because I don't have the good retention. Like, Darren has photographic memory, I do not. But it's like, I studied the top tarot, and I went to find in Glastonbury Dion Fortune's grave. I never know what the heck you all are talking about. Rice is like, Jeff and Allie seem pretty cool.
Thanks, Ray.
Well, yeah, this is like, well, I mean, Crowley was used in World War. Which war was it? Because he was from Churchill. He was used as a remote viewing spy for the war effort. Crowley. He had his interesting moments, and then he went off the dark side, like the deep end.
Oh, sorry, I was wrong. Annie Besant. Okay. Another good one, though.
I'd never heard the name.
From Theosophy. From Theosophy, Annie Besant.
Okay. I'd never
started
heard that
co-masonry, but yeah, Crowley and Dion Fortune. No, but she has a huge, like, another occult school, like, that people follow, like a big one.
She does.
Like a branch of Wicca, I think.
It is a branch of Wicca.
Is it Dianic?
I have her,
because there's Gardnerian Wicca and then there's Dianic Wicca. Dianic Wicca is like mostly like feminist focused, obviously unholy feminine focused. Not all of them. I mean, I know some Wiccans that are cool, but I just think like that's what it attracts. And
I mean,
but you'll get out of it what you want to get.
they both founded their own schools, both her and Crowley, and they were in opposition. And it is suggested that Crowley actually energetically killed Dion Fortune. Just fun fact, she died in a hospital in Twickenham where I had a surgery. So it was like there was so many weird parallels and shit. Anyways, like, so that's dark, and I would consider her more light. But anyways, I mean, that's without doing deep work, but for sure, comparatively, in context.
Yeah, she seemed way more normal than Carly for sure.
In other words, yeah.
Well, because wasn't she a Golden Dawn member?
She was, yes.
So that's probably what she was doing, is presenting the teachings more like as they were without Crowley's satanic
influence.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they both hailed, I think they both maybe London and or Glastonbury, and there's a lot of ley lines and energy, like the, you know, they were both top of their game. Lots of ley lines in Glastonbury. Chalice Wells, I think it's St. Michael's. Anyways, we might have lost some people with some of this discussion, but it's really fascinating.
That's the good stuff, though. That's what I like.
I like the good stuff. Yeah.
I'm going to come off camera a sec. I'll be back.
Okay. So, I got another something I got to drag you guys through. So I was talking earlier, we were talking about that guy, Chris Sky, and how he's not going to be able to get away with his activism if he moves to Mexico, because you can't, you know, like, you can't just move someplace. Like, I moved to Central America and I got there and I started seeing, you know, what the government was doing to the people and, you know, dictator there. And it really got me going. But I was warned many times, you know, it's not a very smart idea to start to be a gringo and to move to Latin America and start talking shit about the dictators. And I even had gringos tell me that I needed to calm down on like the political shit that I was even posting about the USA while I was down there, which I think was a little much. But one of the guys that I've done a couple exposés on. You guys should all watch my videos, Barry Cooper exposed videos. There's a guy named Barry Cooper that's a big YouTuber who was a former cop. You should YouTube, Google Gone Rogue, the Texas Observer. There's an article about Barry Cooper where he talks about how he was a rogue cop back in the day and used to ruin people's lives for fun, lie in court, plant evidence, beat people, all kinds of crazy stuff. So we know back in the day, he was a psycho cop. And as long as I've been in the freedom movement, I've heard bad stories about Barry Cooper. I had one interesting run-in with him. Justin Padini from the One Great Work Network got like scammed for a bunch of cryptocurrency. And the person whose likeness was used in the scam, or the person who did the scam, I still don't know whether what the truth was with that, was a friend of Barry's, and Barry made a very scathing, slanderous video about me. And so it kind of kept him on my, I kind of kept an eye on him after that.
Radar.
And, during Anarchapulco, he was invited to Anarchapulco, I believe, to speak. And during that speaking, Amanda Rashwitz, who is Larkin Rose's wife, was almost physically assaulted by him. And a girl named Macy Tomlin was was physically assaulted by him. The dude is majorly unhinged. The 3 videos that I did, I interviewed 3 separate people that had worked for him while he was in charge of a ayahuasca center in Mexico, where he was filming people without them knowing, doing ayahuasca, stealing money from them. Lots of stuff. These videos are some of the gnarliest stories I've ever heard about a human being that I have contact with. This man was frequenting, allegedly frequenting, brothels with children in them and all kinds of raging on meth. He hired a bunch of people from the States to move down to Mexico to work for him and completely ruin their lives, basically. And those were just the interviews that I did. Then he fled Mexico because he attacked a bunch of people and the cartel was going to kill him. So he moved to the Philippines. And there, and now, remember I was saying earlier, Alicia, you can't really do, when you move someplace, you can't really do crazy activism. He's been doing his show. So he redid his show after getting off of drugs, cleaning up off drugs. He started his show up again, and he pays for people. He like pays bots to add people. So he's got a much bigger channel than he actually has. He started his show up again. Where am I getting with this story? So he is in trouble right now, basically. He overstayed his visa. So he's been arrested by the Philippine government. He's done a lot of terrible things and gotten away with it, but now might be thrown in jail and or deported because of some more minor things. He stayed over his visa
in the Philippines.
In the Philippines. So I was contacted by a bunch of people in the Philippines. After I did those videos, all these people came out of the woodwork with more stories about Barry Cooper. And like, I don't want to have to deal with this shit, but I feel like I have to now that I'm at the center of it. But basically he went to the Philippines. A guy who contacted me and was like, yeah, Barry Cooper was reported to his local government by his wife's sister, who says that Barry touched their little boy. Little boy told the mom told the government, and the government didn't really do anything about it. So the local people, the white people who heard about it and like kind of got, kind of started making a big stink about it, right?
In the Philippines or in the States?
In the Philippines.
In Philippines.
Yeah. So, and like I get stuff like this post here. Warning, sensitive content. This is a warning to the residents of Amuling, Philippines and surrounding areas. Please share. This evil, sick, demented demon, Barry Neil Cooper, apparently victimized his step-nephew here in the Philippines. The child told the mother told Barry's wife, Mia Cooper. She knows everything about it. His own family had a meeting not to leave Barry Cooper alone with any of the children. Blah, 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 blah. There's like pictures of him with the kid. Allegedly, he stole a monkey out of the forest too. And admitted that the monkey lives with him, even though he's not allowed to own a monkey. He claims to have a permit for it, but yet he doesn't have a visa. So I'm pretty sure he doesn't have a fucking permit to own a monkey. Because he doesn't. Everyone said that he doesn't. So he took a monkey out of the forest and keeps it in his house. And this guy's also a diddler. So
I hope he's not abusing
I'd hate to be this monkey, man.
We're thinking the same thing. Like, is this a little sex pet or something? Like that just takes it to a whole other level.
It's very, very scary. What else do I got here? Here's a letter from the chief of police of Big Sandy Police Department. After reviewing the employment file of Barry Cooper, it shows that he was employed by the Big Sandy Police Department from 7/11/91 to 6/10/93, where it shows he resigned but does not state why. The file then shows that he was again employed by the Big Sandy Police Department 7/26/96 until 2/10/98, where he resigned his position to accept a job for a drug task force in West Texas. There is no mention of any write-up or disciplinary action in his file. There is a letter in his file in regards to the Rusk County Sheriff's Office in Texas, where on 5/3/96 he was arrested by them for deadly conduct charge out of their agency. So this guy is a psycho. He was a rogue cop, self-admitted rogue cop that behaved in psychotic behavior, narcissistic, full-blown, antisocial behavior. This isn't something that goes away with age. Barry Cooper claims he's an angel now, yet he has been arrested. He tried to get a visa for his family to go to the US because Barry's been claiming he's got a Netflix special, but he doesn't have a Netflix special. He just has a really shitty 4-episode thing that he's trying to sell. But he's been begging his followers to give him money so he could fly to the Netflix special premiere, which isn't even happening. He just lies to these people for money all the time, basically. So he got his visa denied. And so he's not able to go to his Netflix special because he has several charges placed against him. So that was the one guy who hit me up and told me about the monkey thing and the kid. Yikes. Then another guy hit me up, and he has a jujitsu gym in the Philippines where he teaches the local kids for free, charges the gringos, but cool dude. He was a cop, and I did a shitload of research on him. He actually seemed like he was a very good cop. I mean, as good as a cop could be. He's definitely not a cop like Barry Cooper's record is crazy. This guy seemed legit. He seems like he's just a martial arts instructor in the Philippines, just trying to live his life. So Barry rolls into his studio one day with his family, and they all want to do jujitsu, and they're all doing jujitsu. Race lever with the direct D comment. So Barry starts going to this place, leaves them all these great comments, and then one day Barry shows up, and the guy kind of could tell there was something off with Barry, and Barry was getting really mad when he was doing jujitsu with the guy and shit, and was getting kind of crazy,
Mm-hmm.
And so he started making even more disturbance. And so the teacher took him outside and was like, bro, maybe you just need to go home today and not do this. And Barry started screaming at him. And so dude was just like, all right, dude, you need to go and, stay away from here. And so Barry went and got on his website where he's got tons of people watching, got on YouTube, got on his Facebook, and started slandering this guy and saying that he's hurting people and all just slandering him, right? And in the Philippines, it's a major big deal. Cyber slander is a big fucking deal in the Philippines. I don't know why, but they take it very serious. And
Interesting.
So this guy went to the local government and asked for mediation before going to the police. This is hilarious. Actually, I wanted to watch the whole video. Fuck. I wonder if I should tell you along the story. Yeah, we might have to do. Oh, what time is it? Is it getting late?
It's midnight in 2 minutes.
Okay. I'll just do the short.
Roll it to next week, or
maybe I'll tell you the story now. I'll tell you what I got now, and then next week I'll watch him tell the version of the story, and I'll tell the story again.
Okay.
But so Barry showed up to one mediation, I think, but then he didn't come to the second one, and then he didn't come to the third one, and he kept making excuses, and then he didn't come to the third one, and then he didn't show up at all, didn't say anything. And what had happened, so after, if you don't show up to mediation 3 times, then you're allowed to get an action form, which is a form from your local government saying you tried mediation and the guy didn't show up. So then you're allowed, then you go to the police and they basically do a report, and you have like a certain amount of time before that becomes a warrant. And so Barry knew about this stuff and he kept ignoring it. And then he moved into the forest, like moved far away from
With
that
his monkey?
city.
With his
Yeah,
monkey?
yeah. And this guy's a cop who like supposed to know the court system and know you can't get away with shit like that. And so he leaves, and then he's got a warrant, right? Yeah. Then he finally gets picked up on the warrant, and he goes on his podcast and completely lies about why he got arrested. Is all, oh, they're arresting me because I was defending the Philip. Like, he just fabricated all this shit. So this dude is just, every word out of this guy's mouth is a lie, and he projects his shit on everyone else. He's like, oh, this guy's going to get deported. And it's like, no, dude, you're going to get deported. Like, what are you talking about?
I love
he's
to
all,
just
all my lawyers on it, and he's completely broke. He doesn't have any money.
That's the MO.
Yeah.
Lie and distract when you're guilty.
Yeah. So this guy might. Oh, what's up? What's up, Jules? Jules in the house. Jules. Jules is based Australian homie. I randomly went on a podcast the other day, and it was actually kind of a cool hangout podcast.
Very cool.
I hung out with these Australian dudes and shot the shit for a while. So Barry Cooper. So the cop that is the jiu-jitsu guy was like a really good cop, a really good like investigator, and he was like a bounty hunter for a while. And the guy's got shack shit to do, so he's all, oh, Barry, you're fucked. Like, he fully investigated Barry Cooper back to the 80s and has a file this thick on him with all this. He embezzled like $400,000 from a bank. He's done all kinds of fucked up shit. He got he filed like a false police report once. Like, he did just like doing sketchy shit.
False.
Being a weirdo, you know, being an ex-cop and a YouTuber, you know, and like his YouTube, he teaches people how to like get away with like hiding drugs and passing piss tests and like stuff like that, which like the Philippine government doesn't want someone there talking all this, you know, giving all this information about drugs and stuff. The dude's completely unhinged. He can't even control himself enough to understand that he's in a different country that might throw him in jail for this shit. You know? And he's got Philippines tattooed on his arm. It's like, bro, and he's talking all this shit about the Filipino government now because they arrested him. And it's like, dude, are you a fucking idiot? Like, the tattoo is the funniest thing because it's like, how impulsive could you be? You don't even know the place that well. You move there to do your podcast, but guess what? They're not going to allow you to do that kind of content there. So anyway, this cop contacts the immigration, the consulate, the U.S. consulate in the Philippines, the Filipino FBI, and sends all of them this investigation that he's done on this guy, as well as my podcasts with the 3 people that worked for him the one time, like all kinds of stuff just sent to them. And so they arrested him, and they're not letting him leave the country.
Wow. So,
and he's either going to go to jail,
right,
or be deported back here, where he's fucked his life up here too much to come back here, you know, like, and he's got a fake. He's got maybe like, I don't know, 25,000 real followers on YouTube. because I think he's got like 100,000 or something, but it's like they're all fake, they're all bots. You can go in there and look at them, and they're not people that are following Barry Cooper for his fucking content. And he's got the same like 20 dudes in his chat every show. He's made several shows about me recently, slandering me. It's pretty funny. I don't know. I just can't, it's like, I don't want to have to do this, but like people bring me this information and like no one's doing anything about it. Larkin Rose, who had like a like Barry Cooper like tried to force himself on Amanda Rashwitz, and fucking Larkin Rose didn't do anything about it. Like didn't say anything public about the guy. Like that's his fucking wife. That's what kind of coward Larkin Rose is, who stands up for freedom, like wouldn't fucking do a video to out Barry Cooper. No one wants to do it because they're all scared of him. The guy's like, so like a couple years ago when he,
what
it's
is
just
with
psycho,
people being and that's it. When people are unhinged, it does create this air of fear. And like, that's where people will, on a moral compass, look the other way and add to their own karmic, like ill gain, it's nuts.
And you saw, Alicia, all those trolls come to my channel and talk shit to me for several episodes.
Yep.
Hundreds of people.
By the
telling
way,
me that Barry Cooper is a great guy and that we should all send him money, and that I'm lying to the world about Barry Cooper. And I'm like, bro, what the fuck do you know about Barry Cooper? And the guy doesn't know shit about Barry Cooper. And I'm all, so your complete fucking ignorance on the subject defeats my 10 years of fucking keeping tabs on this guy. Like, this is what these guys come to me with. And it's like, dude, what? Like, maybe with your people, you get away with this nonsense, but you're not going to get away with this nonsense with me.
That's it. The enablers.
The yes men.
The yes men. By the way, Race Lever, when we asked like the conscious question, we didn't get the answer.
Oh, he says he hasn't learned jack shit from my show.
Oh,
that was just a joke. He didn't know. He didn't give a good answer. He gave the bot answer.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
You debunked him. His computer is overheating right now.
I need to tap into my heart. Here we go. Is this currently Jeff?
Like, he literally just takes words I say and makes them into statements.
Oh, neat. I didn't know how that worked, actually.
So, yeah. So I mean, this dude sent me, and I was sent this giant portfolio of evidence.
This is a lot of rabbit
a couple weeks ago I didn't have that much evidence. I got a bunch now, and all these guys were demanding receipts and all this stuff, and it's like, okay, well, here you go, gentlemen. But this is him. He's dude's unhinged, and it's just these unhinged people. Like, they're just and
what's like a shame about all of this is usually this unhinged personality disorder. At the root of it is some trauma, probably a childhood, which shows the importance of frickin' childhood. I digress a little bit, but probably if you shake the tree on each of these characters that you have talked about and expose the different facts, if you go back, it's probably frickin' you hurt me trauma, and then they're going to perpetually hurt other people around them.
Yeah.
Maybe,
it's like, it's pure Satanism. Like, we're seeing same with the carnivore diet influencers. It's pure Satanism. Like, you are feeding people information that is killing them.
Right. And you could have on one side Satanism, you could have shadow work, and like, this is the path away from it. Like, to get away from this, do shadow work. And we all have it to do. It's a constant cycle. We're all facing it. So it's not to say you, unless they really are overtly and with a community causing toxic harm, then it needs to really, really be exposed.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean this auditing scene. Holy shit! What a bunch of
Oh, you mean with Scott Gordon in the auditing stuff, or
no, different auditing.
okay,
That's
sorry.
Scientology auditing.
Yeah, well, it's auditing.
So auditing is when you like roll up to a police station with a camera and go inside, and you're basically flexing your First Amendment rights, your Second Amendment rights, First Amendment rights, and so there's a big YouTube community of all these guys that go into, you know, public government buildings with cameras, and usually it makes people uncomfortable, and people will be like, can you stop filming? And they're like, no, you know, this is my right, you know, like those kinds of people.
Yeah.
They're, you know, like these dudes aren't like, there's a big scene and these guys all kind of have like really big heads about what they're doing, but they're like, in my opinion, they're not doing shit. They're not working towards anything that's you know, gonna help. If put, you know, any of these auditors, if they were cops, they would likely do the same things. So like, these aren't like people that are teaching morality or in any way, or even trying to teach people to be better people. They're just simply outward pointing towards the cops, and not even, you know, not even trying to talk to them as if they're humans, just trying to bark back with their rights as you know, which they have, but they just want to bark, and they just want the content of them you know, destroying a cop. Where clearly we need to talk to cops. More talking to cops would more humanize the public to them. You know, like I had for a while, I printed up a bunch of shirts that said unfuck the police, unfuck the police. And the idea I was giving them out to cops with a pamphlet in them about nonviolent communication and how to like deal with the public a little bit softer, you know, to like kind of fix their tattered reputation. Just trying to do something that might actually like cause a conversation. And I give the shirts out 3 at a time to give them to their buddies, so they actually talk about the experience. You know, something proactive, you know, like something that's actually outreach instead of just outward point.
Right.
Which is all these, you know, most of these Mark Passio guys, all they want to do is outward point. All they want to do is outward point.
But like,
and it's
you
really
know,
boring. And especially boring
seen...
for me, since I've been in this scene for so long. It's so boring to hear these guys go over this shit over and over and over again, decade after decade, about how the government's so bad, and we need to we the people are moral, we need to fix the government. And it's like, yeah, fucking right, dude. You know, you're a scumbag. You would do the same thing if you were given power. I can tell you would do the same thing if given power, just by seeing how you are as a moderator in your little group, you know. Like you either throw the power around, or you don't do anything.
And maybe I've been giving actually that individual, the one that I'm saying, the cult leader, too much credit, because, you know, what?
No, I was talking to the chat. Sorry.
No, that's okay. That's okay. Maybe I've been giving them too much credit by saying the cult leader. Like, maybe he doesn't even deserve that. You know?
It's not even that. I think you're giving him way too much credit by calling him that. I wouldn't even. I call him I just call him a coattail rider. You know, like that's all he is to me.
More fitting.
I've seen so many coattail riders, and they're so easy to spot. You know, like, oh, Mark, I'll do all your slides for you. I'll do all your editing. You know, do anything to get in on his good side.
I think for me, the influence came from the presence and the, you know, the leadership sway that he has within the overall Gilded group, which is the private group, and within the Afterclass. So those are the two places I'm seeing his presence that my comments are relating to. Outside of that, in his world of the One Great Network, I can't, I don't know if that same level of toxicity reigns there too. I can only comment on the experience, and we've dissected the quality of his response and, the childlike intelligence, that is emotional intelligence that's being displayed.
Yeah. So
do you have more on that still, or because you've had so much homework on it?
On Barry Cooper?
Yeah.
No, Barry Cooper. Yeah. So ultimately, Barry Cooper got arrested. He's got several charges against him. He's not allowed to leave the Philippines. He's either going to be deported or thrown in jail. Not for the things that we were hoping he would, but it's like Al Capone getting thrown in jail for tax evasion. It's like, but and I know that he's likely going to lose his YouTube channel and his Facebook and all that stuff anyway. So that'd be pretty funny.
I wonder if the Philippine jail is like the Thai jail. It's not the Hilton that you want to go to.
Yeah.
I stepped away because when I was living in England and I kept going to Glass Marine. So if Darren is still there, Darren, are you there or not? Maybe he stepped away. Maybe he's just listening. Yeah. I grabbed just a few.
Yeah, sorry, I was cooking dinner for my dogs, but
that's okay. Like, I don't know if you can see, these are just a few. Oh, and I have this one. So of Crawley and Dion Fortune books that I had, like lots, but this one is interesting because this one is actually a sum up, which I can just read the back bit. Like, for those of the people that are like, who the hell are they? Shall I read this? Because it's saying the back is a comparative biography of the 20th century's two most influential magicians, which is interesting. So should I just read that? So
yeah, go ahead.
Understand who they are, because it'll capture it. It says Aleister Crawley and Dion Fortune were two of the most controversial and powerful occultists of the 20th century. Crawley was regarded by many as a creature of the night, albeit one whose soul was streaked with brilliance. And he has incredible intelligence. And that which went into his Thoth Tarot is just mind-blowing. Fortune was viewed as one of the shining ones who nevertheless wrestled with her own darkness. Between them, they produced some of the best books on occultism ever written, and their influence upon contemporary magicians has been profound. Written by an occult scholar, this unusual, provocative book, this one, by Alan Richardson, draws upon unpublished material to reveal little-known aspects of Crowley and Fortune's relationship and their role as harbingers of sweeping cultural changes, foreshadowing the women's movement, the sexual revolution, and the 1960s counterculture, as well as other surprising influences upon our present culture. And then the author is recognized as an expert on mythology, paganism, Celtic lore, and ancient Egypt. He's the author of more than 15 books, including biographies of Dion Fortune, Christine Hartley, and William C. Gray. He lives in England. So if anybody's interested in that, there, it's by Alan Richardson. If anybody wants, it says the logos of the Ion and the Shakti of the age.
Nice.
Yeah.
Shakti Day.
So, one could go down that, but it's occultism, right? So,
yeah,
I think I'll put that one by my bedside and kind of reread it. It's been a hot, or not read it. It's been a hot minute since I started to.
I started browsing the topic around 2005, the occult and everything, and I've looked at her work. I think it's on the Arc. There should be a good amount on the Arc, I believe.
Yeah.
And, Crowley's a trip, but I remember going to like Barnes and Noble and stuff and like checking out like Crowley's books, so I didn't have to pay for them.
Sure. It even says in here, I open it up, Crowley's grandparents were wealthy brewers, and his father and mother were dedicated members of the Plymouth Brethren, which insisted on the literal truth of the scriptures. Interesting. A rejection of all priestly authority, with all members free to speak as the Holy Spirit moved them, and in belief in the imminence of the second coming. In many ways, those principal tenets were also found within Crowleyanity.
Yeah, millenarianism.
Crowleyanity, is that what
yeah.
it's called?
What's that?
Interesting. It's called
That's
Crowleyanity.
Yeah.
I thought it was Crowleyism.
It's saying here Crowleyanity.
It's interesting.
It is.
Throwing out some frozen tofu.
Oh, you can freeze tofu? I didn't even know that.
Yeah, I'm trying out this process where you can you press it and then you cut it into cubes, you freeze it, and then you thaw them out, and then you press them out more, and it gives it like a good, I don't know, like some chewiness, so I can put it in a stir fry or whatever. I'm gonna try marinating them with shawarma spices.
Yeah, you need to inject some flavor into. I mean, they'll just absorb whatever flavor you want to give them. So.
Yeah, I got this shawarma dried marinade spice, and I'm gonna marinate it in that with like maybe some vinegar and olive oil. Then I got this garlic sauce and pickles that I made, and I'm gonna try to make a tofu shawarma.
Cool.
Fucking cult. I'm not in your cult.
Pretty whack, bro.
Well, isn't that funny that he's talking about cults? And I said, like within that, how to be the new media cult is what I'm talking about. Let's just frame it there and go.
We're gonna find out that you fucked with the wrong one. Fucking trash apes.
Yep.
So this one here,
bro.
You hear that?
It's pretty whack, bro.
Is that you
That's
saying
Will
that?
Keller saying that my show is pretty whack.
Is it? Oh.
Yeah.
It's pretty
whack, bro.
It's pretty whack, bro.
Darren, in all you have bigger balls than he does, Darren. That's all I can say. You stepped up.
Yeah.
He's got big balls and she's got big balls. Fancy big balls. But we've got the biggest balls of them all.
Where's that echo coming from? Is it coming from me?
Is my mic on? Is it like, let me turn my mic off and see if it.
No,
see
just
if
with the sound bite.
Oh.
The sound bite.
You'll find the fuck out, boy. You're gonna find out that you fucked with the wrong one.
that one escalates quickly.
We're not in your fucking meat industry propaganda cult.
I wish Mark would have that conversation with Will privately.
Yeah, Will, the guy who says that chickens leave their eggs around for him. The natural law master. They leave their eggs for me. Right, buddy.
What was that, Darren?
Oh, I was going to say by hook or by crook, though. So, Jeff, if you have your own platform and then there's the One Great Work Network, I don't know. It seems like competition could help the movement. But healthy competition, like not shooting each other down, but like, let's just say you actually, put out some content, like you said, that's more like content driven than topic driven. Maybe other people will be like, well, damn, dude, I need like to put some like more
exactly
content.
They're like, I got to do something that this guy's doing fucking good shit now, like better, greater work.
If you sit there and talk about the occult,
motivate
for 2 hours,
them.
maybe people will talk about the occult for 2 hours.
Little bit of healthy competition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I want like
idea.
a Joe Rogan experience, except like for 2 or 3 hours, we just talk about the occult. You know what I mean? Not like about it, but like.
Is anyone even doing that really?
I want to. That's what I want my shit to be, but I don't know where to start. Probably because who's there to talk about. But yeah, we'll just go
Alan's
like.
the same way.
Why don't
She's
you?
got
Why don't you get? Why don't? I mean, we could all read this book and start there. You know, the Crawley Dion Fortune thing. I don't care. Do something else. Do whatever. But you know, because this is.
Allie kind of has the same problem where she knows so much but doesn't know really where to start. That Prometheus Writhing book is pretty good though. There's some new age garbage in it, but like as far as like the first impression, what's it called, babe? I wish she was here. The imprinting, first stage imprinting, or like bad imprinting when you're young, how it can completely send you in like different like how you're imprinted when you're born really makes a difference on how you end up
them engrams. Like that is true. That is real. Like these things do carry with you the rest of your life.
And it's
First
funny
circuit
because
imprinting.
to the person who said he doesn't know who I am, at the after we had our moment on that after class, then we went in and we talked about shadow work with none other than Dustin. And part of what we started to talk about, because I said, you know, it's built in your subconscious for your first 7 years, and even during pregnancy, and what may have happened during pregnancy that can also, you know, impact these things. So it's, what is this whoosh when he was arrested? Something's come up here. But like, I think all of that is of value, even like Darren, it's of value for people who may not even understand some of like the root of where this trauma can come in and get like literally on a soul level, it can just own you, and you've got to release it and process it. And that is part of otherwise you're just going to complete the cycle, and we all have it from our upbringings, from whatever we were exposed to. You know, I just think that's fascinating. It could definitely help people.
Yeah.
Something
the Archons want us to back away from, like, the literal job of the Archons is to prevent us from ascending, like, outside of the realm of astrology or karma or whatever. Like, they want us to be eternally bound in the karma so they can harvest the byproducts.
Who's they? You mean evil?
The
Like
Archons.
the dark?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like, just like there's plankton in the ocean, like there's evil everywhere. And like what I've been studying is Advaita Vedanta. And so there is like unmanifest and manifest forces and aspects of deity. So basically what happens, and I think this is what happens with a lot of light occultists and light yogis, is they get to a point where they have proficiency for their own benefit, but purposely, like that lady who said, what makes you think you have the right to keep this knowledge to yourself, to Mark, right? So people may not be doing something bad, but they have this knowledge and they don't do good things with it.
It's
a good, actually a danger, because let's say you study like non-dualism and you study natural law, yoga, and metaphysics. You have all this knowledge, which you're not doing it for the purpose of for a godly purpose. Then you're really a thief. I mean, you've stolen knowledge, you've stolen this fire from Prometheus, and then you're like, fuck humanity. I'm just gonna warm my house and not teach other people how to start their own fires.
Not give back. Right. Which is what Mark is saying.
That's a feature in Kabbalah, at least, like, not like in Kabbalah, but like amongst the people who study it, is to purposely distance themselves from cutting to the chase. You know why? Because that's all it is.
Sure.
Everybody's saying, oh, it's so complicated. There's so many emanations. I'm like, no, that's obfuscation. You can study Sankhya Yoga. You can study the elements, the emanations, everything from source to gross elements and the causal bodies, the astral, the pranic. But once you have knowledge of the soul, that's the first and the last trap, is egotism. So you could be egomaniacal materialist,
Yeah.
Or you can be an egoic yogi or an egoic philosopher. They're literally the same thing because they've learned nothing. They've studied a lot, but they have not. Once again, let's say you have a very transcendent meditation where your consciousness is merged into nirvikalpa samadhi and you become one with Brahman for a moment. When you come out of that, are you going to walk away from that experience saying, I've merged with the Supreme and I know that my Atman is the same as Brahman, that I and Brahman are one, truth is one. Therefore, I don't give a fuck about it because everything is one? No, then you've become a voidist and a nihilist, essentially, right? So once you come out of a non-dual immersion, and then you have to act in the world with ego. It should be with the purified ego. Then you go to worship in the form of worshiping through karma yoga by doing good things while you still have breath in your body, right? So until you're dead, like you should be working because somebody cannot be inactive while alive. But if you are going to be inactive, you should be absorbed in trance. But if you're not in trance, you should be working for the good.
Yep. And this is where we can have all these distractions, you know, whether or not they're religious or whatever they may be. And the real litmus for anybody, to me, I mean, you've captured the cranial aspect of all of that, what some of those things could be. But at the essence of it is whatever you're doing, if you feel that it's moving you away from who you are and separating you from your soul, you're giving over the power. And that's where it's actually counterproductive. You need to be closer to you and your connection to your creator. And that, that's it. But
yeah, a lot of times the knowledge differential, I mean, some people really just enjoy knowing more than other people. So they could be doing nothing other than just not giving the full truth.
Yeah.
Just because they want people to tune in for like more episodes of truth.
Absolutely. And sometimes more scholarly, and sometimes the more scholarly, like with the Kabbalah as an example, because we've had this discussion.
That's what I was paranoid about, by the way, which it wasn't the case, but that's the reason why I folded the group. I was like, oh shit, what if Alicia's just trying to learn stuff but isn't going to contribute? So, and I was just dealing with people like, who were like, I was riled up about another thing, so I didn't really have the clarity or have enough time to like filter it out. But that is a huge concern of mine. It's like, okay, so people are anarchists, people talk about natural law, but are they anarchists because they simply don't like getting in trouble for the crimes they commit? You know what I mean? Like, because if nobody committed crimes, everybody would think you're ridiculous if you propose a police department.
Right. So
right?
coming
But
full
if
circle,
there is crime,
right.
Go ahead.
So coming full circle, you no longer hold that belief, right? Like, because we've had that. We've
right.
Yeah.
I just wasn't sure about it, so I kind of just,
We don't need to reopen it. I just wanted to get absolute clarity that, and but in the essence, like what Kabbalah does, and I've seen it, is you have like this whole trend where people are trying to do better for themselves and their lives and everything, and it's this relationship with them and their ego, but it really does take you away from your sense of self because it indoctrinates you with all of these different things. And it blew me away how much they want you to go scan the Zohar. And I'm digressing just slightly, but just as one example, which is Kabbalah. And it's like, no, I'd just rather go and be a good human through my actions. And I was just like, no. No.
Right.
So I don't know if
Darren.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen Mark's band?
Yeah, I bought the album. I haven't seen him live.
No,
I mean, I've seen.
No, his band before that band.
Oh, the Satanic one.
Yeah,
I've listened to a track before from it. Yeah. What about it?
Video?
No, I've not.
This is a video.
1993.
It's crazy. They were really good. Look at Mark. Look at baby Mark. It's totally him.
Look at that hair.
Look at that hair. Yeah. Dude, they're fucking good. Yeah. Isn't that crazy?
You know, I find that this was something I experienced with yoga and meditation and stuff, like living in an ashram. I realized that some people are addicted to their object of devotion to where like they can't be without it. So they're constantly referring to a source. So like if somebody's studying Kabbalah or somebody's studying any occult philosophy or methodology, so much of their identity is wrapped up in their identity as a student or practitioner of a discipline. Or when it comes to religion, it's like I can't forget about Krishna. Well, here's the thing, dude. You're gonna die, and your brain's gonna stop working, and then what? Who's gonna remember you? Who's gonna remember Krishna? And then you realize, like, oh shit, wait a minute. If you're part and parcel of this Brahman, and you do what you need to do, that Brahman is not going to forget you. So people have this idea that, like, I just got to double down on my beliefs. And it's like, well, I mean, beliefs are only to get you to a point of action.
And that's
right?
what, yeah.
And then a lot of people, like, inject duality when it's not needed simply to maintain, like, their own relevance, I guess.
Interesting. Right. Yeah. Yep. There's
like if I'm not meditating, then I'm not safe or whatever. And it's like, or what about when people constantly quote scripture that they've been reading for 40 years? Like if you were a cook and you cook the same meal every week for 40 years and you keep reading the cookbook, I'm going to say that you have some kind of cognitive impairment.
But it's interesting because you said then they're afraid, and it's like, really, if you stop and just figure out what are you afraid of, like what are you afraid of? Is it?
Or I like my importance because I have a special relationship.
Oh, and I'm not saying it about you. I was saying it.
No, yeah, I'm just saying like, and sometimes if it's not fear, well, it's fear of not being special because of their relationship with their thing that they like.
Fear of not being special. It's so weird because one would be self-empowered as special with their relationship with their creator if they just do, like the right thing. That is being special.
Right. But people get into this habit of like, I have to, or like, I have to pray. Well, how do you pray to a being that knows your thoughts before you do? How do you do that?
I always love, everybody
You're
is
just talking out loud to make yourself seem good. But if you are good, that being knows you're good. You don't have to verbalize it. I mean, if it helps you, fine. But what I'm saying is people make their practice the goal instead of the practice just being something that you do while you're alive.
Yeah.
Like everybody's got to do something. So if you enjoy meditating and chanting and doing yoga, that's fine. But people think if I stop doing yoga, I sever my connection and I'll fall down. How?
Yoga itself is a fascinating one because it actually has a lot of prayer poses and worship and everything else within it.
Worship comes from worship. in Old English. So if you find something worthwhile, worship means attributing worth to something. So yeah, you can do worship by not praying and just not doing harm and doing good when you have the opportunity. That is worship. That's what karma yoga is. It's being united in action. And, you know, jnana yoga is being united in knowledge, and Ashtanga yoga, the 8 limbs, the do's, the don'ts, the different practices, you know, like things to do with your body. That's worship of the divine by respecting yourself as a reflection thereof. And bhakti, you know, devotion, like gratitude, and realizing that there is a reason that we're here, and the reason that we're here is to be here. So existence doesn't, so the non-existence doesn't exist. Existence never ceases to exist. So people get to this point where they think, if I just cease all, if I stop creating karma, then like that'll be it, or then I'll get to this superposition where I get to like
life
have
is about
ambrosia in Mount Olympus, or whatever their idea of the reward is.
Life is perpetual creation of karma, good or bad. It's a constant until you die. And it's interesting because even within the yogic world, you have things like Bikram, which was a hotly, you know, that was a big one too. And if you think about Bikram itself, it's actually, you have to do things in a specific order. And, you know, it is very doctrinated, which is interesting. So even that kind of darker side of the yoga has even infiltrated within the whole yoga, like a category, the arrays, the options there. So none of, like, it's not all purist.
And it's been that way for thousands of years.
What sorry?
Even the sages teaching yoga know that like 99.99. They say like one out of 10,000 people, one person will endeavor to know the truth, and out of 10,000 people who endeavor, only one will actually know it. So you're talking about a 10,000th of the 10,000th. And that's also symbolic because they say that the soul is the size of 1/10,000th of 1/10,000th of a tip of a hair. So what they're saying is the soul is so subtle that it's hard to see. And by see, they mean Veda, like knowledge. See with your consciousness. So, like, people think like, okay, like Crowley, like he crossed the abyss. He had some kind of gnosis, and now the world is his oyster, and he gets to exploit it however he wants to. And that's unfortunately the path that a lot of teachers take, whether it's an academic subject, a scientific subject, or a religious subject. Like I can't make everybody else as knowledgeable as me, because then my church won't get donations, right?
Oh, yeah.
I can teach you about that, but I can't bring you there because I'll be irrelevant.
Ignorance is big business. Yeah. You said something, Jeffrey, at the yogic, but I couldn't hear what you'd said there. I think it was around the Bikram part.
Yeah, I took like a 30-day challenge out of nowhere, and I wasn't in great shape. I was kind of like drinking a lot and was like eating like shit. And I did a 30-day challenge, and then I kept doing it for a while. But the first day I went in, I was literally hungover. I didn't know it was 90-minute classes. I thought it was just an hour. And so I was dying. Like, I could not believe I didn't throw up. Like, I was so uncomfortable. It was so dark and so awful. And I was looking at the clock in an hour, and I was like, why haven't they stopped? I'm dying. And so it went another half hour. And I went from that to, at the end of that 30 days, being a fucking beast. Like,
wow.
It was pretty crazy. And then I kept doing it for a long time. I kept doing it until COVID, and then COVID stopped and shut all the gyms down.
Oh.
Yeah, it was kind of a bummer, but it was fun. I had fun doing hot yoga. Oh, I got really good at it.
It is.
I mean, as good as you could get. Yeah.
Um.
And it's just nice. It's fun, like having, just like a ritual and like something you do every day too is kind of rad, and sticking to it for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Like this podcast, I've never done anything 45 times. Like I'm an ADD kid, like, like I don't usually stick to things.
Yeah.
But anyway, we're here for 5 hours.
What, Darren?
Said, oh yeah, I remember getting called down to the office for my Ritalin every day.
Oh yeah. No, they made me take it in front of class.
Yeah. Nice. They would just call my class and be like, "Send Darren," and everyone knew I was going to get drugs.
Yeah. The nurse would call my class and be like, "Have Jeffrey take his pill." And I forgot. They called the pills something. And it was weird. It was like on a Molly trip I had or something. I remembered it for a little bit and then I forgot the next day. But they used to like call the pills like crazy pills or something, but there was some other word for it. But I got made fun of so much about that. Like what the fuck like adults were in charge during that time that thought that wouldn't affect me in some way negatively,
Right, like dude,
Why?
Putting kids on speed, might cause problems.
They were giving me like anti-seizure medicine on top of the Ritalin. This shit called Dilantin.
Oh, no shit.
Crazy.
No shit.
I was just
hyper. They fucking give people other stuff too, like Neurontin was a big one in the early 2000s.
Lithium?
Yeah, I was on that, dude, like 1,500 a day.
Yikes.
Yeah, that's why I had thyroid issues. Like, it fucked
Have
my
you seen the
thyroid.
movie Garden State?
For years. Garden State, yes. It was years ago.
It's a pretty good
movie.
movie.
Out. Yeah. But yeah,
I had
to...
dude had been on lithium his whole life, and he got off of it and was just like, whoa.
Yeah.
Emotions.
Trazodone, Silver Linings Playbook. I watched Silver Linings Playbook on Trazodone. Yeah. No, I mean, and then they're like, oh, you just don't understand that you need these drugs, so now we have to force you to take these drugs. We're going to send social workers to bang on your door.
Wow.
Because that's what happens when you're non-compliant. You get Baker Acted or whatever your state calls that.
Man.
Yeah. So they're like, oh, you didn't answer the door, so we call the police. And then you come to the door and you're like, what's up? And they're like, you're going with us. They said you didn't take your meds. And I'm like, no, I was taking a nap. What's up? And they're like, doesn't matter. We're past that. You're going to the hospital. And I'm like, for what? They're not answering the door. And I'm like, we didn't even have an appointment. And they're like, no, well, they're saying that you need to go. And I'm like, okay. Yeah. No, lithium. They prescribed gabapentin a lot of the times for bipolar off-label. They got sued for that, the company that made it. The company that invented gabapentin, I believe, was Park Davis, which actually synthesized some peyote, some mescaline for Aleister Crowley in Detroit back in the day.
Oh, wow.
Wait, say that again. What?
Park Davis Pharmaceuticals synthesized some mescaline because Crowley brought them some peyote and said, I want you guys to like manufacture this for me.
Synthesize it?
Yeah, and they invented ketamine and gabapentin and PCP.
Wow.
Yeah, Park Davis.
Like gabapentin and ketamine are two different things, but I know they're both used for
pain.
But
they're things that have been abused, and like it's very similar to how Eli Lilly, was it Eli Lilly or another big pharmaceutical company? Is one in Germany, LSD, the hippie movement, Jerry Garcia, MK Ultra, like they want people to be a bunch of drugged out losers. So
You know
the
what's
occultists
really
and pharmacologists are like the same thing.
what is shocking to me when I've experienced having to take gabapentin, and at the height of it, I was on 3,200 milligrams a day or whatever that shit. Like it was like I felt like I was in a straitjacket. It was for pain, and I was also put on ketamine IV for pain. I mean, there's yeah, like so me coming through when I was talking
You're
about
off everything now.
nothing. Yeah.
Wow, that's
So this
so
is where
wild.
with that guy, when I'm like, do you know what it's like to feel good and cleaning the system and
Yeah.
going into autophagy and all these things? Like this is about detoxifying. But apart from that is like how would anybody want to be on that shit? Like it is so gross. Both are. I remember because they did midazolam and ketamine for the IV for like kind of it was a 3-hour midazolam and ketamine. So it puts you kind of in a semi-con, like you're under, and then they would throw the ketamine on to like rewire the brain. And I remember waking up and I could feel the full ketamine, like I could feel it. And it was so distorted, like some psychedelic. And I had tears coming down. I'm laying on the gurney and the tears are, and I go, this is hell. So I don't know how anybody, like I know that Friends guy, like died with a ketamine overdose. Like it is, there must be personalities that either really like it or really hate it. And mercifully, I'm like in the really hate it camp.
It's the dissociative anesthetic. You know what else is a real trip? Getting IV haldol, and Ativan. So 5 milligrams of haloperidol, 2 milligrams of Ativan, which is lorazepam, and 50 milligrams of Benadryl, all like one after another in the IV.
Jesus Christ.
Dude, you wake up in a puddle of piss because you've been out for like hours and having the worst nightmares.
Well,
they actually
ketamine's only certain people like ketamine, that's for sure. Like growing up, like friends, it was only certain people liked it.
Oh, I mean,
Yeah.
I
K-hole, they call it a K-hole, where you get like stuck in this weird alternate reality or something, and it's just not fun. Allegedly, watching movies on ketamine, you're like in the movie.
Well, but
dissolving the boundaries because it's a dissociative. Weird.
Yeah. And then you get fully immersed in the movie, and you're like in it. Which sounds fun, but I've heard it's not.
Delusion.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, that's like, I don't get it. I don't get it at all. I mean,
remember salvia?
Some drug people are pretty gnarly about their drugs. I've never been a drug person. I don't know why.
Did you ever try salvia back in the day when it was legal?
I never tried salvia.
It was so weird. It was not pleasant at all.
Stories though.
Anyway,
sounds a little intense.
Once
I don't like being out of control.
Yep. I never heard anybody.
When I was like 11, though, I was at a park, and I was like 11, and there was an older kid there, and he had a water bottle, and he was like tripping out. And he was like, oh, this is like, I don't remember what he said it was, but he was like, oh, you want to try some? It'll like get you high. And like, I took like a big sip of it, and he was all, oh shit, that was a big sip, dude. And I remember whatever it was, I think it might've been ketamine, but whatever it was, it hit me. And I didn't leave the park for like 5 hours. I was just like fucked up. And then I had to go home and go inside and act like nothing was going on. And the second my mom saw me, she's like, what's wrong with you? And I was like, fuck. And I was totally like, I was too young to be on any kind of drugs. And it was a really bad experience. Therefore, that kind of scared me away from like dabbling in things, I think.
Yeah. Dude, some people would do that like recreationally.
Like just in water?
Yeah.
This must have been like 1990 or something. I don't know.
That's when all the precursors were easy to get.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It didn't. It wasn't an upper though. It was a downer.
Yeah, GHB is. Yeah.
Oh, GHB. Yeah, could have. I wasn't. It was more like I don't think I was like out of control or like it was just more in my head.
Wow. That's bizarre.
Yeah. Something. I have no idea what it was, but I remember he got freaked out because I took a big sip of it and he was just all, oh shit. And then he pieced out and I just fucking was all like sitting in the park at 11 years old.
Oh my God.
But it is very, that's scary. But in a way,
Yeah.
that one event has clearly made its mark and you're like, I'm not touching that shit, which is helpful for life. But
and my mom and my aunt and my uncle were like, 80s kids in Orange County. And so there was a lot of cocaine and alcohol too that I saw, very firsthand. So I was just like, drugs are kind of gnarly. And then I was, and then so when I grew up, I got way into like the vegan straight edge thing, which made sense. But then once I was 21, I started drinking and dabbling. But anyway, we're about to hit 5 hours, Alicia,
which is nuts. I haven't even I only got up for the books and that was it. I haven't even gone to the I haven't had to go to the loo. That's cool.
Darren, thanks for showing up, bro. You're a beast.
Oh yeah. Thanks for having me. Allie, I don't know if it's in the chat, but can you put the link or the title of that book?
Oh, sure.
Download that.
Yeah, I'll do it right now. It's Aleister Crowley and Dion Fortune. Oh shit.
Or just the name of the author. I can remember
that. Alan Richardson.
Alan Richardson. Okay.
Yeah, it's Aleister Crowley and Dion Fortune by Alan Richardson.
Awesome.
Oh, wait.
Maybe you could like do a chapter at a time on the show, or like at least like do a chapter review.
There
for each, like one chapter per show.
Everybody wants to screen grab it, but there you go. There's the book.
Awesome.
Alan Richardson. Yeah, maybe because it's a learning. It's a historical learning, an academic kind of. I think from this, a lot of things were built. I mean, obviously Blavatsky would be preceding all of that, but cool. I think that's interesting stuff. Yeah. How many chapters are in here?
Or like you could like read your favorite page from a chapter, or like the most poignant idea or something like that. Just go through it.
Yeah. There's 7 chapters, so it's not a lot. The chapters go, this is a weird color. Oh my God. It's like, let me just.
I think Allie's going to start reading Prometheus Rising on the show, or at least like reviewing it.
So weird. The color, this is
pretty
like,
good.
Office color. Let me change it to relax. There we go. It's a Dyson, little crane number here. Like, can you see this?
Ooh,
and it
nice.
kind of, and up and down. It's pretty awesome, but it also can.
Where's the light come out of?
It's in here.
Weird.
Yeah, like right now with my phone, I can press relax and it just changed the hue. I can go study.
Oh wow,
and then
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, there's precision. Maybe that's the white one. Yeah. Anyways, it's kind of cool. Yeah. But
that's the marinating tofu. We'll see how it goes.
Well, here's chapter 6 is falling to earth and other trauma. Interesting.
Wow.
So it's like chapter 1, deaths and afterward. 2, the wars of their worlds. 3, priests and priestesses. 4, temples and their truth. 5, initiations and other awakenings. 6, falling to earth and other trauma. 7, past lives and similar futures. This actually looks really, really, really cool.
Yeah.
There we go. So, Allie did well. I'm taking her. She just had limited reception or something. So, But do look up her Light Occult Revival. It is good.
Yeah.
And credit to
Yep.
all of that. Yeah, it's nearly coming 1 o'clock Eastern Standard. So
Yeah. All right, guys. We'll see you next week.
bye, y'all.
No.
Cheers to the people who did wake up and activate and become peers in the great work. Nothing but admiration and thanks. And this forced shadow work has not been for you. It has been for those who did not respond to the fucking call of freedom. And you guys already know that. I don't even need to repeat that. But I will say with my Vienna lager here, cheers to the people who really did the great work. The ones who really activated, the ones who spoke out, the ones who put the message of freedom publicly out into the world through the creation, the creative expression that came from within themselves to publish and communicate it to those in need of that knowledge. You're my brothers and sisters, and you're my peers in the great work, and thank you. To every